What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Tuesday. Brain fart there for a second. What's up, everybody? Appreciate you making us a part of your starts, whether you're listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online at sportstalk1051.com. You got your Alexa device. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Also, check out the video stream up and rolling right now on YouTube. You can do that. Download the app, take it on the go, and you can also hit us up on the app. Download that. It's all over the place, man. All over, worldwide, right? All that good stuff. So, what do we got on the docket here for us this morning? Bucks picking up a win last night against the Indiana Pacers, and Miles Turner's return to Indiana, and it was Giannis with the game-winning shot as time expired. Little fadeaway, little turnaround fadeaway, backing the defender down, going to his left, getting it as time expired to get the win. Giannis telling the crowd to shh, and then saying boo, thumbs down. There's a little bit of a rivalry going on, obviously, from last year and such. And then, of course, with Miles Turner on this Buck squad too. So, but the crowd was, well, shall we say, crowd was not happy with Miles Turner, even though they did a video tribute. They were booing Miles Turner, not too pleased with that and such. So. And a little bit more to that rivalry that really sparked last year. So, but, yeah, not a bad win last night. Probably, I mean, the Bucks got off to a really fast start and such, so probably would like to have seen it, maybe a little bit more comfortable win, if you will. But, that was a nice little turnaround fadeaway back down from Giannis. For the longest time. For the beginning of Giannis's career, we've said, hey, if the guy could get a mid-range jumper going, if he can get that mid-range game going, he could be lethal. And he has gotten better over the years with his mid-range jumper. So that was a sweet shot, though. So Bucks improving to 5-2. Quick turnaround, though, for the Bucks, as they're going to be taking on the Raptors tonight on the road. So the Bucks going to look to pick up their 6th win of the season and improve to 6-2 on the season. We'll chat some hoops, chat some Bucks with you this morning. We've got some football chat. Today is the NFL trade deadline. Will the Packers make a move by today? Will they make a move by today? And for what position does it change? Tucker Kraft, he's done for the year. It is a torn ACL, a huge loss for the Pack. So do they maybe look at adding another tight end? Is it still corner? That's where some of the rumors are out there that the Packers have been calling around for a corner, for some cornerback depth. Is it a defensive lineman to help stop the run, an interior defensive lineman to help stop the run? If they do make a move, who is it going to be, or what position is it going to be for? If you do look back at it, now I'm still a little skeptical if they're going to make a move or that or not. However, the Packers the last couple of years have traded one of their players for some draft picks and such. Rasul Douglas was traded in 2023. Preston Smith last year traded, gained some draft capital there, but I feel like this case, if they were to move somebody, it might be for someone a little bit more immediate help, if you will, unless they decide to trade from depth, like if it's, I don't know, like Dontavian Wicks for a draft pick or such. I'm not quite sure. I'm still a little skeptical whether they're going to or not, but hey, I would love to be surprised. I'd love to be surprised if they were going to make a move. But if they do make a move, do you think it'll be at corner? Do you think it'll be defensive lineman? Do you think they need to add some more tight end depth with Tucker Kraft out. Yes, Lucas Musgrave, next man up, but do you want a little bit more protection, a little bit more depth behind him potentially? Where do you think is the biggest need for Green Bay at this point in time that they should address by today's trade deadline? Also, we are going to do second quarter grades, okay? So essentially, first half of the season, we're going to call it in the books, okay? So taking a look at the second quarter, since we already did the first quarter of this Packers season, and it happened to work out where it went into the bye week. So just to refresh the memory, looking back at this team since the second quarter. Win against the Bengals, win against the Cardinals, win against the Steelers, loss against the Panthers. If that's where we look at for our second quarter, since we're at the halfway mark, how would you look at it? Couple grades here. How would you grade the second quarter and then a first half overall grade? So 5-2-1 overall, first place in the division. Try, and I know it's hard from a recency effect, but maybe try not to look at just this last game against Carolina. Look at the overall product when you do your first half grade and your second quarter grade. And like usual, when we do these things, I'll let you pick if you want to dissect it from an offense, defense, special teams, certain players, coaching, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'll let you go as deep or as shallow as you want, if you will. So hit me up with your text, or hit me up with a text with your grades, or you can comment on the video stream if you'd like. That texting line, that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Second quarter grade, and then first half grade. So if you can remember what you did in the first quarter, do your second quarter, probably average it out a bit, right? So get your grading books out. Teachers, you are the teacher. You are the grader. Okay? It's your chance to put on your teacher's cap and give me some grading. And give me maybe a little bit. Do they still do progress reports? I remember when I was a kid, we got progress reports if we were like sometimes not doing a very good job, and we'd get a progress report sent home, and it was like, oh, God, hated that. Just, especially if, like, you were like halfway through the quarter and it was not good and you got a progress report. It was like, oh, boy. So we'll hit that up and talk some more about what Matt LaFleur had to say yesterday with some injury statuses to obviously Tucker Kraft was a big one, but Matthew Golden, Aaron Bakes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we got that on the docket. We've got some Brewers chats. As we noted yesterday, baseball offseason comes really quick right after the World Series. I mean, they don't waste any time. They get right at it. And yesterday, we had some Brewers moves. No big surprise. They did pick up Freddie Peralta's option for $8 million. So pick that up. Brandon Woodruff declined his mutual option with the ball club, meaning he is going to be a free agent. Now, the Brewers still have to decide whether they will extend a qualifying offer to Brandon Woodruff. This year's qualifying offer is a little over $22 million. So why would the Brewers essentially extend him or offer him a $22 million qualifying offer if he kind of, went out of the $20 million offer from the Brewers? Essentially, it's because the Brewers would be banking on Woodruff declining that offer in order to seek a multi-year contract in free agency. And if that's the case, the Brewers would be in line to receive a comp pick. one of those processes. But it's also maybe a little bit of a risk, too. What if they extend that qualifying offer to Brandon Woodruff, and he's like, yep, I'll take that. Would they be comfortable in giving a little over $22 million to Brandon Woodruff? So we'll see. But different, a couple moves already made. The Freddie Peralta one's a no-brainer, right? $8 million for Freddie Peralta. Heck yeah. They also declined their half of Danny Jansen's $12 million mutual option. They also added right-hander Coleman Crowe, who is the Brewers' 25th prospect, to the 40-man roster. So, but Brandon Woodruff, he gets a $10 million buyout instead, plus a chance to test the open market. Very similar to 2023-24. So, other Brewers news, Caleb Durbin named a finalist for Rookie of the Year, National League Rookie of the Year. Pat Murphy, no surprise, also named a finalist for National League Manager of the Year. I did put up a poll question last night for our 715 Speaks poll question brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. Obviously, the Brewers had plenty of rookies become contributors this year, big-time contributors this year. But if you had to pick who is the most impactful rookie for the Brewers this year, who would it be? Caleb Durbin did get 51% of the vote so far. Mizorowski was second, Isaac Collins, Chad Patrick finishing third and fourth. Who do you think from a Brewers rookie was the most impactful rookie this year? Was it Durbin? Isaac Collins for a while there looked like, hey, maybe he's going to be a top 3 rookie of the year. Mizorowski, the way he started, he was talked about as potential rookie of the year. Who do you think was the most impactful and why? Let me know. It is a Toys and Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday, so what's grinding your gears? Now is the time to get it off your chest and let us know. Text it on over. Hit us up on the video stream. What the heck is grinding your gears? Make it appropriate. Now, if it's a good one, I'll say it on the air. Also, it is a Game Changer Tuesday. Give me the play. Give me the player. Doesn't necessarily have to be from your favorite team. It can be from a game that you watched over the weekend or for the last week since last Tuesday. What was the gameplay? What was the game-changing play? What was the game-changer player that maybe affected the game and the outcome? And it maybe doesn't get a whole lot of talk. Maybe didn't get a whole lot of attention. Doesn't necessarily have to be a best play, top 10. But it was a game-changing moment where the player was a game changer for that particular game. Again, doesn't have to be somebody who lit up the stat sheets or a top play. Make your picks. Again, hit me up with those texts or comments on the video stream. So we got Badger Chat with Mr. RJ Cardinal coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Badger Hoops picking up a victory to open up their season last night against Campbell. We'll talk about that. We've got football, hockey, volleyball, lots of Badger stuff to catch up with RJ Cardinal with in the 8 o'clock hour. So, all right, let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? Tons to get to here this morning. Trade deadline today. Packers chats. Will they make any moves? Should they make any moves? It's probably two separate answers for a lot of Packers fans with that. But we'll go through maybe some of the latest rumors and rumblings out there. It's time to get the grades out. Second quarter for the grades for the Pack and first half grades for the Pack. Plus Bucks chat. Game winner from Giannis last night to improve to 5-2. Brewers, Badgers, we're hitting up everything this morning. So let's jump right into it. We got to take our first break, and then we'll get the leadoff going. I want to hear from you, though. Light up that texting line, okay? I want to chat with you this morning. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, let's be honest. Look down on the floor right now. When's the last time you looked down at those floors and thought, oh, man, these are rough. Maybe seen some better days. It's time to update, isn't it? Well, with the holidays coming up, family, friends, and maybe even those in-laws about to walk through the door, you might want to get that upgrade. Might want to change it out. That's where our friends at Carpet City Flooring Center can help you out. They got everything. Carpet, luxury vinyl planks, tile, laminate, you name it. Selection's awesome, but so is the team. Because if you're not quite sure where to start or what style would look the best in your space, what would work within your budget, they help you out every single step of the process. They match or beat the competition's prices, so you don't have to do a boatload of shopping all over the place. Get those floors ready for the holidays to impress everyone. All right, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire, where beautiful floors begin, holiday panic ends. I believe even at the end of the week here, they're going to be doing some more work around the studios here, working on our sister station, Wax 104.5. With our new studio here, I got a window directly into that studio, so I'm going to be able to watch them do some work Friday morning when we're on the air doing the program and such. So I got to move the putting green hole here, make it a little bit more difficult for everybody that comes in and tries to do the putting. Although there is a little bit of a break towards the end here. I kind of like where it's at now because it was really screwing up justice yesterday. So, all right, let's begin here this morning chatting. Well, we got Bucks with the Bucks picking up the win last night. Turnaround jumper from, what's this? Okay. Logan Wilson from the Bengals is getting traded to the Cowboys. All right, so maybe not the Bengals player that I thought first it was like, oh boy, did they get Trey Hendrickson? No, Logan Wilson is getting traded to the Cowboys. So, all right, there's one for today before the deadline pops out. So, who will the Packers? Will the Packers make a move? And for what position? Or maybe you got a player in mind. Jeremy says, I don't think the Packers will make a move today due to already trading away picks for Parsons. I do hope they make a move, however, especially for corner help. C-Bomb says, I still think they need a true number one wideout. The tough part is, even if you get a big name this late, it takes until the playoffs to develop a good relationship and trust. Jordan had been developing trust with Kraft, and losing that will hurt. Otherwise, someone like Etienne from the Dolphins, that would give the offense a scary 1-2 punch with Jacobs. Corner would be nice, but defense is not the reason the Packers are suspect right now. For the first time in my life, I'm saying we are wasting a good defense with this offense. Look at the other offenses just in the north. Jefferson, Addison, Naylor, St. Brown, Williams, Laporta. The Vikings and Lions have so many weapons. We are combating that with Dobbs, Watson, and Golden. We need to fire up the power and get 9-0 going. I see what you're saying, C-Bomb, about number one, but at the same time, passing offense in the NFC North, number one is Green Bay. So while those teams, yeah, they have that, and then I get it, Tucker Kraft missing is probably going to maybe take that number down a little bit. I would respectfully disagree that I would say that's the biggest need right now for this ball club. I will turn it into almost a little bit of those receivers that you just brought up, though, too, to flip-flop it. Are you comfortable with the current corners going up against Justin Jefferson for 2 times yet this year? Are you comfortable with those corners going up with those really good receivers that Green Bay still has to go up against? I'm not. I'm not completely comfortable with it, especially when a game's close. Am I confident that Keyshawn Nixon is going to shut down Justin Jefferson, or is Keyshawn Nixon going to get flagged for defensive holding or pass interference? And then Nate Hobbs apparently is going to be missing a couple weeks here with a sprained MCL. So say what you want about Nate Hobbs, and I've been very critical of him too. There's a depth issue now. Keyshawn, Carrington, and then who? Can you name it? Holman? So I look at this when it comes to the trade deadline from a depth purpose. If there was a move to be made, I'm looking at corner. I don't think you're going to be able to get a number one corner. You're not going to get somebody out there that's just going to come in right away. You know, kind of like what Washington was hoping last year when they acquired Marshawn Lattimore, who was injured, but hoping when he was going to come back that it was going to be the Marshawn Lattimore from his early days with the Saints, and that really hasn't worked out too much. But at that point in time, it was like, okay, number one corner. Boom. I don't think you're going to see that. I would be shocked if we see that, especially since the draft capital, like Jeremy mentioned, I mean, Green Bay doesn't have their next 2 first-round picks in that. Was reading a little bit from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, though. Pete Daugherty said a player to watch, a scout told him, is Cam Taylor-Britt, player that we've mentioned before with the Cincinnati Bengals. He was a second-round pick in 2022. He's in the final year of his rookie contract. Playing time has been inconsistent for the worst defense in the NFL. So, on the other hand, it's like, dude can't get playing time for the worst defense in the NFL? Is that really great? Is it potentially maybe just a new team is what he needs? Maybe, possibly. Is it worth a flyer? A conditional pick? 7th-round swap? Something like that? It's tough. I mean, you're seeing teams already across the NFL. You've already seen teams across the NFL make some moves with cornerback depth. So pickings are kind of getting a little bit slim. A little bit slim. So, C-Bob says, I don't disagree. I am confident that our front floor is going to get home so the corners don't need to cover that long. But they haven't. I mean, you're looking, C-Bob, are we watching the same games? They'd be getting home. But Joe Flacco was eating them up. Jacoby Brissett was eating them up. I mean, the pressure's getting there, but they're still, they showed they stopped Detroit week 1. Detroit's a completely different team since then. So, I mean, Dallas, Dak Prescott and company without CeeDee Lamb was eating them up. You can eat them up, but, I mean, if they're going to play a soft zone coverage and the issues that they're having with that zone coverage in the back end, for crying out loud. I mean, there's obvious issues with corners if Nate Hobbs is getting benched when he's your off-season addition of a 4-year, $48 million deal. There's definitely issues with corners. The front can get there, although Micah Parsons, for some reason, wasn't able to get home against Carolina, not even getting a pressure against banged-up offensive linemen. I think that was more of an anomaly than anything. But, I mean, the corner, the front's getting there. It's just the corners still have to cover. And you're seeing teams taking advantage of getting the ball out quicker. And I don't know if that's, do you trust the corners to play more man versus man coverage and being physical up front? Right now, it sure doesn't seem like Halfley and the defensive staff is comfortable with that if they're continuing to play the amount of zone coverage that they are. Joshua says, if the Pack does anything, offensive line and corners, the rest of the offense is fine. There's time for a play to develop on offense, maybe a guy to pick up a block and get some push in the run game. Corners need help if there is a cheap option out there. One name, again, that was brought up all offseason and was kind of talked about as maybe a big target, free agency prize. And he's still out there, but because of medicals and stuff, he was considered a risk. Asante Samuel. Now, Ian Rappaport posted yesterday that Asante Samuel has been clear. He had a spinal fusion procedure this offseason, fully cleared to return. And His agent has sent letters to teams and such. The only thing, so name, got it, great. He's better in zone coverage than he is on man. Stinks at tackling, but he's a playmaker when he's in that zone coverage. But he also hasn't played football in a while. You bring him on board, is it going to take a little bit to get him in the rotation, to get him accustomed to maybe a little bit of football shape? But when it comes to depth, it's an interesting name. It's an interesting name to throw out there. He's still young. What, mid-20s? It's that whole neck injury thing. We know Green Bay has been very cautious when it comes to that. Very cautious. I'm sure they're going to, if they bring him in for a visit, they're going to put him through every single test, every single x-ray, MRI, machine and all that. You know, one thing that I'm really kind of curious that we never really dived into a whole lot, and maybe this is a better topic when we get Dr. Crow on Friday, but we mentioned it with him a couple weeks ago. Green Bay kind of changing team doctors. Now, Dr. McKenzie's more of an advisor now. He's still with it, but like a senior advisor. But they have a new doctor in, new team doctor. I'm curious to see, is there a change? Because historically, we have known Green Bay is very cautious when it comes to injuries, returning to play, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm curious to see if there's going to be a change in philosophy with that. Now, maybe there isn't because, you know, you still have Dr. Pat McKenzie on staff as a senior advisor and such. But something I'm going to be kind of curious about going forward with some of these injuries. So, like, for example, if they bring in Asante Samuel, let's say, and they sign him. Okay, he had the spinal fusion procedure. Packers have moved on from players, Jermichael Finley and such, from similar type of injuries and surgeries. Now, Jermichael Finley never played again. There was interest. I think it was the Steelers at one point, but ultimately it's kind of up to the player themselves. That's something maybe I'll have to remember to ask Dr. Crow when we get, because that and that's always for not every fan, but that has been a issue for some Packers fans over the years, is like they're too cautious. Too cautious. I don't know. And the guy that's there has only been with the team for, was it 2023, I think, off the top of my head is when you joined Green Bay. I'll have to double check that. But so, I mean, that's a move there where they wouldn't have to trade a pick, a conditional pick. He's a free agent. Maybe there's some competition for it. But again, he hasn't played at all this year. Is he in football shape? Is he somebody you can go out there? I wouldn't be surprised if whoever signs him, maybe it's a practice squad sort of thing, and then you can elevate him later on. The risk is with a lot of these practice squad types is, you know, he could sign with another team. Just because you have somebody in a practice squad, another team can poach them if they sign them to the active roster. Josh says Nixon should go back to returning kicks and punts. He couldn't cover a pothole on Highway 53 the last few games without getting flagged and too many stupid penalties. How do they fix that? Sloppy like last year. Matt put the hammer down. Well, I mean, they threw out Nixon for a punt return. It was against the Cardinals, and he fumbled that right away. And then he was yanked after that. But it did bring up a thought I had. Okay, Tucker Kraft's out. Matthew Golden, now, he's day-to-day, Matt LaFleur said. So, not week-to-week, day-to-day. Hopefully, nothing big of a concern. But can you continue to put Romeo Doubs back there and maybe potentially exposing him to an injury? Because you're looking at the depth of receivers, and really that's more of a safety net back there. You just don't want the guy to turn the ball over. You don't want him to fumble. So what do you do at that spot? It's pretty much non-existent, even like on kick returns. You got Savion Williams back there. Bo Melton's back there too. Bo Melton's at least got the speed. For crying out loud, Bo Melton got a couple reps on offense this last week against Carolina because of the injuries at wide receiver. I mean, Bo Melton at this point might be playing both ways. You got another guy at corner there, and wide receiver. That might be kind of like a betting line. How many reps is Bo Melton going to get on offense versus defense at this point in time? Do you move it back to wide receiver? Heck, corner now? Jeez, he with Hobbs going to be missing the next couple games? Bo Melton's moving up on the depth chart. Look for number 16 out there on that field. All right. We got to take a quick break. Keep your thoughts coming, though. Okay? Hit us up on with that text, 715-830-1912 on the Shoe Doctors bullpen line. We'll take a quick break and be back after these quick words. winter is coming, as we already probably know. You're probably seeing a bunch of those forecasts all across Facebook and such. So, but is your vehicle ready? Maybe you haven't thought about that. You're too busy putting stuff away that's outside in your yard. Maybe you're thinking about when am I going to put up Christmas lights and such. But don't forget about that vehicle. All right? So if you need to swap out those worn out tires so you're not slipping across some slippery roads, or maybe you need to get just an oil change. Maybe you need to get those brakes checked too. Or maybe you need to even get the snowblower tuned up, ready to go. Whatever the case may be, AJM Automotive can help you out, you guys. All right? So, and if you do happen to need a tow, they provide towing services as well. Save this number, 715-835-9523. Just in case you need a tow. Or maybe you're like, hey, guys, can you check out my snowblower, make sure it's ready to go in case we get dumped on, or, yeah, I could probably use some new tires or some new brakes. Engine work, oil change, they can help you out. Make your appointment, 715-835-9523. AJM Automotive, located 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. How big of a need? So we've focused a lot on corners when it comes to Green Bay. But how big of a need do you think it is for Green Bay to try to get a interior defensive lineman to go and maybe clog up that lane? Hey, TJ Slayton, Cincinnati stinks. Should they try to bring him back and get him to clog that lane? You know, I'm looking at some of the rumors thrown out there. I mean, there's been a run on corners already. Boy, you know, you just kind of look at the team's rosters of teams that, you know, maybe the arrow's trending down, or you know that they're not going to make the postseason. So you kind of look at teams that maybe are trying to collect some more picks and such. And, you know, one name for the Saints maybe is Alontae Taylor, but there's been some talk. Could he actually, you know, would they move on from him, or they maybe want to build on around him a little bit and such. So that's a tough one to kind of look at. They do have Kool-Aid McKinstry on the other side for them too, but it's tough because football's a little bit different. Yes, you know a few names that are kind of thrown out there for potential trade candidates and such, but it's not like the NBA. It's not like Major League Baseball where we know a lot of the dudes that are going to be traded, or at least are on the block to be traded. We hear names, we get names that are floated out there and that, but it's a little bit harder to take a look or pinpoint certain people when it comes to the NFL, except for maybe a handful here or there. But I'll be honest, like I was looking at some of the depth charts for some of these teams, some of these bottom feeder teams, and I'm like, there ain't a whole lot. There's not a whole lot to kind of like there. So, I mean, it's going to be slim pickings. And that's why I feel like if they do make a move, it is don't necessarily expect the Rasul Douglas effect. Okay? You know, when Rasul Douglas was brought in to Green Bay, I'm like, who? Huh? That guy? And then, lo and behold, he ended up being a fantastic signing for Green Bay. I completely blew the door off of Green Bay's expectations. Let's be real. Okay, completely blew off. They didn't even think it would work out that well. Maybe they could get lucky and find that guy again. Somebody that's stashed on a practice squad somewhere. And when they get an opportunity, they kind of run with it like Douglas did for Green Bay. But, you know, back to Alontae Taylor, I just saw another thing where he's listed as a top 5 likely to be traded guy this year. I mean, he's got the typical size, or the prototypical size you would like in a corner. He's 6 foot, about 200 pounds and such. Right now, Pro Football Focus has given him a 61.1 grade, if that's something you kind of look at and such. But overall, with his career, with the Saints, rookie back in 2022. And really, he's been fairly healthy. He's played 13 games his rookie year. After that, 17. So far, 9 this year. If you're looking at interception numbers, he's only got 2 in his career, and both of them came in 2023. So is that maybe a possibility? His best years, 2023, 56 solo tackles, total 75. He did have 89, was a career high for him last year. I'm trying to see some other maybe advanced metrics on him, but that seems to be that and Cam Taylor-Britt, as we mentioned a little bit too. But Taylor-Britt, I've seen some people say he's more of a slot nickel type of guy. So, yes, Nate Hobbs was getting a little bit more reps at the slot in this last game, but they still got Javon Bullard at that spot. So I think they need some more help, some more depth at the boundary corner and such. But if they do make a move today by the deadline, if they decide to make a couple moves, it's going to be depth pieces. And the top 2 for me are an interior D lineman and a corner. Those are the top 2. I think, tight end possibly, but it's going to be it's going to be a backup. Because right now, you look at the tight ends for Green Bay. Remember, they don't have Ben Sims anymore. They moved on. They cut him. They put him on waivers after they activated Christian Watson. And then, Luke Musgrave, you got Fitzpatrick as your backup right now. So maybe they look across that. Maybe that's something like, hey, we need another backup tight end just in case to protect ourselves in case something happens to Luke Musgrave. Maybe they want another guy that can help out in the blocking game because you are going to miss that with Tucker Kraft. Practice squad wise, just kind of looking at some of the options there. It's, let's see with practice squad. They've got no tight end. Oh, they do. They got Josh Weil as tight end. That's a big dude, 6'7", 248 pounds too. So he's got 3 years of experience, it looks like. So, that they might just be something as simple as promoting him in that too. But those would be my top 3. And really, I wouldn't be opposed to some offensive line depth either. They've got some issues with this offensive line, the inconsistency and such. I wouldn't mind just maybe a little bit more depth there on the back end. But I would probably put that at 4 in terms of the order, the rankings of priority I would have by the deadline. All right, we got to take our final break here. Running behind a little bit, so we'll do that. Continue to send me your thoughts. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. spent a lot of time talking some potential moves, trades, and such, but I also want to do Packers grades, second quarter grades, first half grades, 2 separate grades there, okay? So second quarter grades, we're looking at the last 4 games coming off their bye week. Wins against the Bengals, Cardinals, Steelers, loss to the Panthers. If you want to break it down by position, coaching and such, I'm going to leave that open to you, okay? I know your time's precious and you probably don't have a whole lot to go through everything. So just give me your second quarter grades, but also give me your first half grades. So you got to factor in all the games that they have played. They're 5-2-1 record. They're 8 games so far. So what is it? All right, we'll hit that up a little bit later on. I want to give you some time. I want to give some other peeps some time to hit me up with their grades. Put your teacher caps on. Get your grading pencils and grade books out, and let me know how you would grade the Packers for the second quarter, just those 4 games, 3-1 record. Try not to let this last game completely overshadow the whole grade. I know it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough, and yes, it should be a factor. Not saying it shouldn't be a factor. It absolutely should be a factor. And then give me your first half grade. And again, if you want to do coaching as well or a certain player, be my guest. So we'll get to that. I do want to get to some Brewers talk coming up a little bit later on too. The Brewers, they've got, yesterday, a couple moves made. Picking up Freddie Peralta's option. That was a no-brainer. Brandon Woodruff, he had a $20 million mutual option, declined it, so he's going to be a free agent. Brewers still have to make a decision whether to extend him a qualifying offer, which would be around a little over $22 million. Why would the Brewers do that? Well, they want to get maybe some draft pick compensation if he signs a deal elsewhere. But that also is a little bit of a risk, too. If Brandon's like, yeah, I'll take that. Heck yeah. So we'll go through that. Finalist, Caleb Durbin was named a National League Rookie of the Year finalist yesterday. We have that post-glass and mirror 715 Speaks poll question. Which Brewers rookie? There was a few of them. But which, in your opinion, had the biggest impact on the team? Do you agree it's Caleb Durbin based off of him being named a finalist? Do you think it was Miz? Do you think it was Isaac Collins? Do you think it was Chad Patrick? I think we can all agree they all had a positive impact. But which one had the most powerful, most positive impact on this team? You can vote on that poll or hit me up with your pick, too, with a quick text or a comment on the video stream. Also, Pat Murphy being named as a finalist for National League Manager of the Year. If he doesn't win it back-to-back, it's a travesty. So we got Bucks chat, too. Bucks, Giannis with the game-winning shot last night to take down the Indiana Pacers and Miles Turner's return to Indiana. So we're going to hit that up and talk a little bit about that. You can definitely tell that rivalry kicked it into gear last night. So we will. Which one are you going to be on? I think that's 4.
Check.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not used to that. That's 2. Somebody put 2 on there, and that's what's confusing.
He's counting mics right
3,
now.
4.
Got a whole studio full of them here. So potentially you could fill 5 mics, including you. So line them up then right now. If you're going to pull bodies in here for 5 mics, players, dead or alive, who are you putting around the mic table?
Just players? Or can I go coaches?
No, let's do just players. Coaches will be a different day. Just players. You're going to invite anybody you want, dead or alive, to come in here for the ultimate say-all, end-all, throw the dagger sports conversation. Who are you bringing in?
Don Hudson.
Okay.
Babe Ruth. Mm-hmm. Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan.
Oh, so you're going to represent a little from every sport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. So let's hear your first question right out of the gate for everybody. You have your dream team of players in here. What's the first question you ask them?
Those are like goats. I need time to prepare for that.
What's your favorite color? Right?
For Don Hudson.
No, they all get the same question.
Oh, they all get the same question?
It has to be a universal question.
What was it about their particular sport that drew them to be goats in that sport?
Okay,
to be dedicated
why
to that
did Tiger
sport?
pick golf and not
What was it about
soccer?
golf? Yeah, because he's such a great athlete. What was it about golf?
Okay.
Jordan.
He did some crossover.
Yeah, Jordan, we know baseball, basketball, that sort of stuff. Yeah. If you know the story about Don Hudson, he had a choice between baseball and football.
Okay.
And then Well, Babe Ruth, I don't know if there was another interest or not.
No.
So,
well, those were baseball reigned supreme sports in those days anyway.
Yeah.
If you had to pick between two sports, what are your go-tos? If you could goat in one, what would be the struggle? What sport would you want to goat in, and what do you think you would gravitate towards, but what would be your second?
GOAT, one that I would want to be in, baseball because of the money.
Why is that? Because,
Guaranteed contracts.
Okay.
Football
Okay.
doesn't have that, so it's guaranteed contracts in baseball.
Yeah, because what did you say there? Well, if you're Ohtani, then
Yeah.
you're making record money.
Yeah. I mean, money-wise, yeah, it would be baseball.
Do you agree with that? Do you think that baseball is worthy of that much money?
No.
Because what did you say Peralta was at, $22 million?
No, Peralta is only getting paid $8 million this year.
Oh, only.
Yeah.
Listen to us
Yeah.
as if that was somehow.
I know. Yeah.
I'd really have to consider my options for $8 million a year.
Exactly. So, but just for play-wise and that, it'd be football.
Well,
so.
do you think Ohtani is worth the money he's getting? Just, yeah, head nod.
The
I mean, he kind of just proved it, but
play, but also the marketing aspects worldwide.
because he's bringing money in from that
Exactly.
level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. Thanks, Mark.
Hey, anytime.
One in. We got a couple more to go. News updates. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Here we go. Second hour already kicking off on this Tuesday morning. It is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday morning. So what the heck is grinding your gears, peeps? Text it to us. Comment on the video stream. Join Joe and Zach over there. What's grinding your gears? Best ones, I'll read up on the air, okay? So send those on over. Also looking for your picks for the game changer of the week. Who was the player or what was the play that was kind of the game changer? All right. Doesn't necessarily have to be from your favorite team either. Okay. So maybe expand upon it a little bit. Who was it? What was it? And it doesn't necessarily have to be the best play either. Okay. It doesn't have to be a top 10 play, but it was like, you know what? That play really changed the momentum or the tide of that game. That's what we're looking for the game changer. Or maybe it was somebody with a big block. You know, give a little respect, a little love to somebody out there. So you can make those picks again by hitting us up with that text or commenting in the video streams or hitting us up on the socials. So, all right, let's, we got Dave. Also, really quick, looking for your Packers grades. Second quarter grades, okay? Second quarter grades plus first half grades. So got to remember what you did for the first quarter when we did this, and then take your second quarter and just kind of average it out, right? You guys know the drill. So I got my cord all mixed up here. There we go. All right. Dave's going C-. We've got, he says, besides the trade deadline, I think we need to focus on Matt LaFleur's play calling. It's so unpredictable. Run up the middle for 3 yards, short pass. You mean predictable at that point? I think you mean predictable. Could be wrong. Run up the middle for 3 yards, short pass for 3, maybe 4 yards, and deep throw for an incompletion on punt. Maybe throw in the pass to the flat. That gets 2 or 3 yards. Run, pass, repeat, run, pass, repeat. That's all we see. Do we have an offensive coordinator? Maybe we need a stronger person in that position to put the floor in check. Yeah, I mean, the offensive coordinator is Adam Stenavich, Marshfield, Wisconsin native, Adam Stenavich. So there was an interesting stat that I saw. Let me see if I saved it. I think I saved it. Yeah. Talking about Jordan Love's pass attempts. 25% of Jordan Love's pass attempts over the last 6 games have been behind the line of scrimmage. Second highest, behind only Kyler Murray. 13% of his pass attempts in that span have been in the intermediate area. 10 to 19 yards, third lowest. Yet, you look at the EPAs and the advanced numbers and statistics, and Jordan Love is one of the better deep ball throwers in the National Football League so far this year. So, why? Why do we have 25% of his throws going to the line of scrimmage? Those bubble screens, those wide receiver screens that we saw a few times in this game against Carolina. I think this is, again, I totally agree that maybe we need to see, because there was a narrative after that game, a little bit more yesterday too. Jordan Love needs to throw the football more. It's not just throw the football more. It's attacking that intermediate area, the seam, crossing routes, that sort of thing. It's not just like, hey, snap, quick throw to the flat, and then you get tackled for -2 yards or maybe pick up a yard if you're lucky. We got to be aggressive, or they've got to be aggressive. But I don't think you should completely abandon the run with Josh Jacobs either. He is one of your best playmakers. Maybe your best one right now with Tucker Kraft gone. You still have to find ways to get him involved in the game. So while, yes, I agree that maybe we need to, or Matt LaFleur and the Packers need to unleash Love a little bit and get him to throw, or I shouldn't say get him to throw, allow him to throw, incorporate more of a passing game, but it can't come at the expense of ignoring eights and ignoring Josh Jacobs. Find different ways to get him involved. I believe opposing defenses are going to come in and still key in and prepare to stop Jordan or Josh Jacobs. Okay, so how do you do that, or how do you penalize those teams with that? You got to unload the Love. Got to unload him. Let them throw the ball a little bit more. Let them throw it down the field, over the middle of the field. Get those guys active. Yes, it's going to be tough with no Tucker Kraft there, but I think that's where Lucas Musgrave can really flourish. He is better. His strong suit is obviously pass catching. He's not a great blocker. And this is where I was talking about this yesterday. All the pressure right now going forward for this second half of this season on the offensive side, Matt LaFleur. Where is this creative play calling? Where is this, scheming up and scheming up to get guys open and that? No Tucker Kraft, an inconsistent offense. I'm looking at the play caller, which happens to be the head coach right now. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to help out your offense, to help out your ball club? From a schematic standpoint, from a play calling standpoint, what are you going to do? So I agree to let Jordan Love throw the football more. But when I say throw the football more, I mean throw the football more down the field, not just at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage, which they've been doing too much of. It's different if maybe you got a guy like a Jaden Reed who excels at something like that, but you don't right now. You got to attack the middle of the field more. You got to attack the boundaries a little bit more. You got to let Jordan Love throw those intermediate routes a little bit more. You do that, you're going to have success with that. Okay, you're going to take maybe some of the defenders out of the box, and that's going to open up for Josh Jacobs. You still got, another way to really help that? Josh Jacobs isn't bad in the receiving department for a running back either. Try to utilize that a little bit more. Those wheel routes. This is where I look at Matt LaFleur as got to be more detail or better at play calling and scheming. He's got to be. Big time pressure on him coming up in the second half of this season. Offense, C-Bomb has grades. Offense, second quarter B-. First half overall B. Top 10 offense in yardage. Middle of the league in scoring. Average. This is an above average offense, but has not been dominant after week 2. Defense, second quarter C+. First half B-. The defense has shown it can be dominant at times, allowing Arizona and Cincinnati to light them up and then let Rico Dowdle run all over them is disappointing for a group that is this talented. How much is the players and how much is it coaches who develop the game plans? Coaching, second quarter C-, first half C+. Packers record would indicate that coaching has been good. After all, wins are what matters. That said, the team is never ready to play outside the first 2 weeks of the season. They play to the level of their competition, and the game planning has been suspect each week. So, overall then, C-Bomb, so you did it offense, defense, and coaching. If you did team overall, my guess would be probably at a second quarter C, right? Average-wise, because you got B- second quarter for offense, C+ defense, coaching C-. It's probably average, second quarter C. First half would probably be B-. Would that be fair? Averaging out, just kind of looking at it and trying to do some of the averages on the fly here. Okay. I get what you're saying for some of the analysis there. I'm going to save mine here for a little bit yet. I want to give more people time to send me your grades for the green and gold. Second quarter, first half. Again, you can do coaching, you can do offense, you can do defense. If you want to do individual players, you can. What grade would you give Jordan Love second quarter and first half? Anybody else? It's up to you. I'm letting you have free reins on this one. All right, let's take a quick break. I do want to talk some hoops with the Bucks with their win last night too. Don't forget, send me your Grind My Gears Tuesday. What's grinding your gears? Toys and Ford, brought to you by our good friends from Toys and Ford. Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle or a high-quality used vehicle, hit up our friends at Toys and Ford, okay? You can check out their website at toysandford.net, or check them out. Visit them at the shop. 1000 Chippewa Crossing Boulevard in Chippewa Falls. Check out their new vehicle inventory, their pre-owned inventory, their F-150s, whatever the case may be. If you're in the market for grabbing a new vehicle, or I shouldn't say grabbing a new vehicle, purchasing a new vehicle or a high-quality pre-owned vehicle, Toys and Ford is the spot to check out. All right, let's take a quick break. Let's talk some hoops. Keep sending those Packers grades, though. Plenty more green and gold chat on the way. Plus, trade deadline is today. What do you think is the biggest position that Green Bay needs to address before today's deadline? Let me know. We'll be back in just a little bit. We are just a few days, or I should say a few weeks away from the November deer gun season in Wisconsin. So it's a coming. We're almost there. The state holiday. Get the blaze orange ready. Get it. You probably already got figured out what day you're going to start to put it on the front porch to air it out. So, I mean, you know what you're talking about. Driving around, you see everybody's airing out the blaze orange jackets and pants and such. Oh, then that's when you know it's coming. It's getting close. You're probably thinking about how many oatmeal cream pies to buy and put in your backpacks and such. But don't forget, maybe you need to grab some extra ammo. Maybe you still need to get that new deer rifle. If that's the case, go visit our good friends at Tilden Gun. You can check them out online, tildengun.com. Stop by their awesome shop, 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. And, I mean, when I say that's like a man cave over there, I don't know who did the decorating and such, whether it was Sean or Hunter, but that is a sweet shop that you could just kind of hang out at. I feel like I could hang out all day over there. So, but if you still need to get some supplies like an ammo or maybe a new deer rifle and such before you hit the woods for the upcoming November deer gun season, go visit our good friends, Sean Hunter at Tilden Gun, 12427 90th Avenue, Chippewa Falls. And again, you can check them out online at tildengun.com. All right, let's switch gears here a little bit. Please continue to send me your Packer grades, second quarter grades. We're calling it. This is the second quarter, completion of the second quarter of the season. Looking at just the last 4 games, a 3-1 record, wins against the Bengals, Cardinals, Steelers, and a loss to the Panthers. How would you grade the Packers in the second quarter and first half? And if you want, you can break it down by offense, defense, coaching, specific players. Whatever the case may be, I'm leaving it up to you, okay? However you want to go about it. So we'll get back to more football talk here. I was just seeing if there was any more trade rumors coming down the wire here. But, okay, hoops-wise, Bucks. Well, we had Bucks and Badgers in action last night. But the Bucks picking up a victory against the Indiana Pacers in Miles Turner's return to Indiana. Did not get a great reception. Pacers put up a tribute video, spent 10 years there, but he got showered with booze. And he wasn't happy about it. Doc Rivers wasn't happy about it. You could tell his teammates had his back, but he really posted up. Let me bring it up. He had a tweet last night after the game. 10 years of blood, sweat, sacrifice, and constantly taking the disdain on the chin. I guess growth isn't always applauded. Sometimes it's booed, but I'm still grateful. Still rising. Hashtag fear the deer. So it added, I think, a little. We saw this rivalry between the Bucks and the Pacers really take a step last year, especially in the postseason. Then you had the Giannis and Tyrese Halliburton dad situation, and then Tyrese Halliburton with Milwaukee and that. I think it added a little bit more with Miles Turner going to the Bucks in the offseason and now this. And then you had Giannis with the game-winning shot, backing down the defender, a little turn-away, fadeaway to his left, shushing the crowd, then thumbs down, booing the crowd. Yeah, you could tell. They wanted that one for Miles, but you could tell that rivalry, it's kicking into gear between Bucks and Pacers, which I'm 100. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. We need some more rivalries like this in the NBA. Rivalries are a good thing in sports. If they're respectful. They could be heated, but they make it a little bit more entertaining. And I'm all about this between the Bucks and the Pacers. Let's go. Last night, though, again, led by Giannis. Weird. Rinse and repeat. 33 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists. Giannis shooting 66.7% from the field. Other contributors to his cause coming off the bench. Kyle Kuzma leading the way with 15 points in 6 minutes. You had Ryan Rollins with 10 points, 7 dimes, 7 assists. A.J. Green with 13. Gary Trent Jr., 11. Cole Anthony off the bench with 11. Miles Turner in his return, 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Shutting it down. Bucks picking up the win to improve to 5-2 on the season. And they're going to be right back at it, hitting the road, taking on the Toronto Raptors, who they've already played this year in Toronto too. But looking for their 6th win to improve to 6-2 on the season. So far, when we're looking at it, about 2 weeks into the season here now for the NBA and for the Milwaukee Bucks, if you're looking at standings across the NBA. Philadelphia and the Chicago Bulls still on top in the Eastern Conference. Both teams sitting there at 5-1. Bucks are sitting there right behind them along with the Pistons, 5-2. But looking at this matchup with Toronto, you got matchup predictor, just giving a little bit of an advantage to the Milwaukee Bucks at 51.2%. Toronto is actually favored in this game, though. 3.5-point favorites. Toronto so far this year, 3-4, just 1-2 on the road. So you look at this Toronto team. They got, R.J. Barrett, Brandon Ingram, Scotty Barnes. Younger names, kind of, are recognized. And Toronto was also a team in the offseason that was rumored to potentially be a target for Giannis, which was like, oh, really? So, but you look at Toronto, the 3 guys I just mentioned, R.J. Barrett, Brandon Ingram, Scotty Barnes. Okay? Those 3 guys all averaging 20 or more points per game. Brandon Ingram, 22.3 points per game. Scotty Barnes, 20.6 points per game. R.J. Barrett, 20.4 points per game. Then you got Emmanuel Quickley, who's also contributing 12.7 points per game. So they've got 4 starters right now. If you throw in Colin Murray, he started a handful of games here too. But the 4 main starters, double-figure scoring. They're averaging double-figure scoring, with 3 of them 20 or more. And that's pretty darn impressive. I know it's early on, and chances are that that's going to kind of subside a little bit, go down a little bit. But field goal percentage, Toronto is a very good team, 50.4. Not as good as the Bucks when you look at field goal percentage. Bucks are second best right now in the association with a 51.8% field goal percentage. They're the 4th highest scoring team in the NBA, 122.7. Put it in perspective, Toronto, 119.4. In terms of differential, Houston's number 1. Milwaukee is a top 10 team in point differential. They're the 8th best, 4.8. Toronto is negative 1.1, 20th best. So it's been offense when you look at this Bucks team. Offense leading the way. You look at field goal percentage, you look at points per game, you look at where are they at for 3 points, 3-point percentage. Bucks are right at second best in the league at 3-point percentage, 40.9. The only team that's better than them is the Houston Rockets at 42.3. So, offensively, with Giannis leading the charge, Bucks are one of the best offensive teams in the entire league. And again, a lot of it is because of Giannis, if not the majority of it, just because of what he does from an offensive standpoint with his own. He's number 1 in the league in points per game, averaging 34 points per game, but getting everybody else involved in this thing. Outside of him, it's been spread out fairly equally. Ryan Rollins is averaging 17 points per game. Gary Trent Jr., 13.6. A.J. Green, 12.7. Kyle Kuzma, 12. Cole Anthony, 11. Bobby Portis, Miles Turner, 9.7. So they're not far off of joining that double-digit club. Miles Turner's going to get there eventually, and I even think Bobby Portis will. And Kevin Porter Jr. in the one game and 9 minutes he played, 10 points. So it's Giannis. Yes, there is a gap between the next leading scorer. However, spreading the wealth, spreading it around. At this point, this is a team that, I don't know, it's a little, maybe a little bit, dare I say, old schoolish, where, yeah, they got, their main guy, but then after that, they spread it out. We've been so keyed in on who's the Robin to each team's Batman or a big three in that. Bucks don't have a big three. You'd think, okay, Batman and Robin is definitely Giannis and Miles Turner. Miles Turner is affecting the game in a lot of different ways, especially on the defensive side. Offense will come at a more consistent rate. I'm still confident in that. But you talk about Giannis kind of spreading the wealth right now. I mean, he's leading the team in assists, too, just a little under 7. I like what they're doing on offense right now. I really do. It wasn't the only basketball game to kind of pay attention to. Well, you had UW Green Bay also in action. They got clobbered by Kansas last night. But Wisconsin Badgers, they also tipped off their season last night, picking up a win against Campbell. So 96-64. I said yesterday, the guy that I was curious about, excited to see the growth for this year was John Blackwell, 34 minutes, 31 points. Dude was awesome last night. 10 of 19 from the field, 52.6, 6 of 11 from deep. Nick Boyd, the newcomer, 21 points in 28 minutes. Nolan Winter, a lot is going to be on his shoulders as big with maybe a little bit of concern at that position in terms of depth. Dude went out there, got himself a double-double, 17 points, 12 boards though. 8 of 12 from the field. If this guy, it's going to be different. It's going to be a lot more difficult when we get to Big Ten schedule and such, but he's got to be a monster on the boards. Has to be. I'd love it if he could almost average a double-double with points and rebounds. Not a ton of production off the bench, though, for the Badgers when you look at it. I mean, their leading scorer was Carrington with just 4 points. Janicki got 3 points. And then Jack Robinson in 1 minute got 2. So, I mean, you're talking about 4, 7, 9 points off the bench, and 2 of them coming in, 1 minute of play. So looking at a game like this, going up against Campbell, maybe you'd like to see a little bit more in terms of the bench production, but something maybe to keep an eye on just a little bit. All right, we got to take a quick break. I do want to talk some Brewers as well. We have that Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question with Caleb Durbin being named as a National League Rookie of the Year finalist. Who, in your opinion, though, was the rookie on this Brewers team that had the biggest impact? Was it Durbin? Is it Miz, in your opinion? Is it Collins? Chad Patrick? All had positive impacts. But who do you think had the biggest impact? We'll tell you where that poll's at and what you have to say coming up after these quick words. Hey, did you get your deer yet this season? If you did, where are you taking it to? Don't know? Or you should have taken it to Mike's Star Market. That's the place to go. All right, whether it's for deer season or whether it's maybe for football season, you want some brats. Heck, maybe you're looking for some items to take up to deer camp to make some meals. No better place than Mike's Star Market. They'll turn that deer into sausage, steaks, roasts, jerky, and so much more, all ready for you to enjoy right now or maybe store for a little bit later. So make this season even better. Stop by Mike's Star Market today and get that deer, that harvest, made into exactly what you want. We've got C-Bomb and Zach on YouTube right now. C-Bomb says, still blows my mind how Halliburton is such a Milwaukee hater being a Wisconsin kid. My son played on his team in middle school in Oshkosh. He was always a great kid. Now he's a villain. Crazy. Zach says it's really unfortunate that there are players out there that act like that. No reason to act that way. You're a professional player. You're a professional NBA player. Have some respect. Overall grade for the first half of the season, I'm going with a B-. Second quarter, I'm going with a C. I'd really like to see some more consistency from the offense and enough with the slow starts. Going with that too, we're doing these grades, these second quarter grades for the Packers. Okay, kind of looking back at these last 4 weeks and such, with an eye towards the second half of this season. What would you say is your biggest question mark? Maybe perhaps your biggest concern with this team as we approach the second half of this season? Let's take health and injuries out of this because that's always something for every team, and that's always the easy answer, and it's the correct answer for a lot of it. But if we take injuries, just kind of say, all right, yep, that's definitely what else? So looking at this upcoming second half, what's the biggest question mark you have for the Packers? And what's perhaps your biggest concern that you have for the green and gold? Think about that for a little bit and let me know. Okay. So, I always like watching or following Michael Wall, former Packers offensive lineman, on social media too. And if you don't, go follow him because he does such a great job breaking down film and especially on a Packers side of things. Again, like I always said, like for watching a game, I want to learn from the color commentators. That's why I love Greg Olson. And Michael Wall's just like this too. Just a couple minutes ago talked about Josh Jacobs in the running game. Packers have an execution problem. Josh Jacobs is averaging a tick under 67 yards per game at 3.8 yards per carry. Team has an all-pro running back. Fix techniques up front. Get your yardage back. Simple isn't sexy and it isn't easy, but it's where the focus needs to be. We'll get back to some more football talk coming up here. I do want to get to a little bit of baseball talk because we did have some news yesterday surrounding the Milwaukee Brewers. So, as we know, as soon as the World Series is done, next few days, offseason gets going right away, baby. And yesterday we saw some decisions being made by the Brewers or some players themselves on this Brewers team. And no big surprise whatsoever, Brewers picking up that option for Freddie Peralta, $8 million. Does that necessarily mean Freddie Peralta will be pitching for the Brewers this upcoming season in 2026? No, not necessarily. It doesn't. But you look at the money, you look at the contract, yeah. So his club option was exercised. Brandon Woodruff, his mutual option, declined. He declined it by the player. Danny Jansen, his mutual option, declined by the club. And the Brewers also adding Coleman Crow, right-handed pitcher, 25th ranked pitcher in their prospects, added to the 40-man roster. So Brandon Woodruff's was a little interesting. He had a $20 million mutual option in his contract. He's the one who declined it. He gets a $10 million buyout instead. Not a bad chunk of change, right? So he gets a chance to test the open market. Now, the Brewers also have a decision to make surrounding Brandon Woodruff. They could extend a qualifying offer to Brandon Woodruff, which happens to be around a little over $22 million. The qualifying offer is the average of the top, think about this, okay? The average of the top 125 salaries in Major League Baseball. Average between not top 10, not top 25, not top 50, not top 100, 125 salaries. The average is still $22 million. Whew, that's a big chunk of change. So why would the Brewers offer him a $22 million qualifying offer? Part of it could be because they'd be banking on Woodruff declining that qualifying offer, and if he does get a deal elsewhere, Brewers then would receive a compensatory pick out of that. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean that Brandon Woodruff is not going to be back in Milwaukee next year. It doesn't mean that. Still could be. He tested the market after his injury 2023-24. Remember that whole thing when the Brewers, they declined the option and everybody was like, oh, he's hurt in that, but then they brought him back. Could still very well happen. It's just deadlines. You got to make these decisions right now. So with the contract options settled for Woodruff, Peralta, and Jansen, according to Adam McCulvey, 3 options remained in play. William Contreras with a $12 million club option, $100,000 buyout. Contreras would be arbitration eligible if the option is declined. Rhys Hoskins, $18 million mutual, $4 million buyout. Jose Quintana, $15 million mutual, $2 million buyout. Elsewhere surrounding the Brewers and some news, Caleb Durbin was named a finalist for National League Rookie of the Year. I think we all kind of knew that a Brewers rookie was going to be a finalist. Was it going to be the Miz? At different points this year, there was different guys in the running. Miz was thought of at one point maybe even winning it. Then Isaac Collins really made a big run at it. Chad Patrick's name was being thrown in earlier in the season. And now Caleb Durbin named a finalist, along with Drake Baldwin from Atlanta and Cade Horton from the Cubs. Now, I don't think Caleb Durbin's going to win it. I'll just say it right. I don't think he's going to win it. But you look at the rookies' impacts, or the rookies that had an impact for the Brewers this year. All across the board, you've had at different points this season. And that's why we put it up as again, post-glass and mirror 715 Speaks poll question. Which Brewers rookie overall, in your opinion, had the biggest impact on this team? Every single one of them had a positive impact, helped out the Brewers get to the point that they did. There's no arguing that. There's no denying that. But if you had to pick one that had the biggest, who would it be? Right now in our poll, 49% said Caleb Durbin. 35% said Jacob Mizorowski. 12% said Isaac Collins. 4% went with Chad Patrick. I'm not too surprised with the poll. I thought maybe there was an outside chance voters that we put it out to would go with the Miz. But I think with Caleb Durbin being named as a finalist, maybe that kind of altered the vote a little bit. And plus, he was more of an everyday player, right? We got to see him a lot more out there. And I did kind of say, okay, would Miz's playoff performance kind of help out his case a little bit with Brewers fans? But majority right now, at least going with Caleb Durbin. All right. Let's take a quick break. We got a couple texts to get to as well. Continue to send me your grades. Send me your game changer. This week's game changer, going back to last Tuesday up until this Tuesday. What was a game-changing play? What was a game-changing player? Again, it doesn't have to be the best play. It doesn't have to be a top 10 highlight. Maybe it's something that doesn't show up in the stat sheet or the highlights, but it was a game you were watching. You're like, man, that player changed that game, that outcome of that game. I got a few. I couldn't narrow it down to one, but I got a few. And it doesn't have to be with your favorite team, although it might be easier because that's the games you watch. And continue to send me your Grind My Gears, your Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. Quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the second hour. Coming up after these quick words. Winter and the holidays are coming up, but don't let those aches and pains slow you down. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help get you back on your feet, back on the field, and feeling your best. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or something that's been nagging you all year long, their expert team can help make the pain go away before the snow starts to fly. Don't wait. Make your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com and get moving again this season. And don't forget, if you ever miss a Inside the Training Room segment with Dr. Crow from Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, you can always check it out through the Man Cave podcast. So it's always up there, too, with our segments. We've got the local sports roundup over there. We've got our tailgate series, which are, it's like, hey, I just want to listen to some Packers portion. We've got the 715 Green and Gold tailgate talk portion through the Man Cave podcast. We've got our 715 Brew Crew tailgate podcast through the Man Cave podcast, 715 Bucks tailgate talk through the podcast as well, plus some original episodes of the Man Cave podcast. You got to check it all through there. Kid Cave, all that good stuff. And we've got some other stuff planned coming down the wire, hopefully very soon here for the Man Cave podcast. Let's do our Game Changer of the Week. Who is the player? What was a play that's just changed the flow of the game, changed the outcome of the game in your opinion? Whatever have you. Mine are all from Game 7 of the World Series, okay? I wanted to go a little bit outside, not necessarily just pick, favorite teams and such, but watching Game 7 of the World Series, there was a couple. So Miguel Rojas, I got to start with him. Not only with the home run, then the throw to home plate. Game changer. I got to go with Pius. I mean, that catch in center field. You want to talk about a game-changing play, game-changing moment, there's that. And then, of course, you got to give it to Will Smith with that home run. You could pick a lot of different things probably from that game, but those were the three that I was looking at. Miguel Rojas, actually two for him because of the throw, and the home run, the catch in center field, and then the home run, the go-ahead home run. So those are my picks for game changer of the week, going back from last Tuesday up until now. What are some other ones? There's a lot we could choose. Hit me up with your picks. Okay, we had a couple picking Giannis with that shot from last night. We had a couple also going with Savion Williams' fumble. It was a game-changing play. That, it's not necessarily a positive if you're a Packers fan, but yeah, I could see where you would say that changed the outcome of the game or that changed the flow of the game. Because I think if you talk to a lot of Packers fans watching that game, you see that fumble or we're watching it. What was the reaction that you had after? Like, oh no. You kind of start to feel, is this going to be one of those games? And then McManus, few of you, that was probably the most heavily picked one. McManus missing the field goal. After that, you're like, oh. Then you really kind of felt like, oh. So really, game changer could be going from a positive outcome to the game or maybe a negative outcome to the game. So those were the big ones out there. You can continue to make your picks in the next couple of hours. Coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to talk some Badgers with Mr. R.J. Cardinal. Badger basketball beginning their season last night. The men's team taking down Campbell. John Blackwell off to a fantastic start. 31 points. Nolan Winter with a double-double, crashing the boards. 17 points, 12 rebounds. Nick Boyd over 20 points in his debut as well. So we'll talk some hoops with him. We've got Badger football back in action too, so we'll hit that up. Good weekend for men's hockey. Women splitting against Minnesota. Volleyball falling Friday night to number 1 Nebraska. Lots to catch up on in the Badger world with Mr. Cardinal coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll do our Toys of Florida Grind My Gears Tuesday coming up next hour as well. So what the heck is grinding your gears? Send them on over. Text it. Comment on the video stream. Whatever the case may be. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So Big Worm with the text Say, Morning Dan, I guess my question to you and all the listeners out there is, what changed with this Packers team after the first 2 weeks? We were hotter than a pistol against the Lions and the Commanders. Does Matt LaFleur need to go? Does he need to give up offensive play calling? Or is it just our personnel in general? Love the show. Have a great week. Those first 2 weeks, the first thing that came to my mind reading that big worm was honeymoon period. You acquire Micah Parsons the week before the opener. There's a vibe. There's an energy. I'm a big believer in momentum and using that in winning games and going on these streaks or positive energy. I think there was just this influx. And remember, too, that Commanders game was on a short week. So, you beat the Lions, and then right away you have the Commanders. All within a span of a couple weeks. You get Micah Parsons, you beat the Lions, and you beat the Commanders on a short week. I think a lot of it had to do with just this insane high energy, both games at Lambeau. So you had the crowd impact with it. You got this new player, this great player. Fans are pumped, coaches are pumped, teammates are pumped. And then you get knocked on your butt by Cleveland in a game that you should have won. And it's like, oof, kind of brought you down to earth maybe a little bit. So I think a lot of it in those first 2 weeks, it was just a momentum ride. It was that honeymoon period. It was a crazy high. And they rode that high with insane energy. I think that had a lot to do with it. Josh says, biggest Packers concern is offensive inconsistency. They're either up 40 or 13. Defense, for the most part, has been good as you could be in today's NFL. But the offensive line play has been spotty. I hope Woodruff comes back, but I'm kind of disappointed he didn't take the option considering the Brewers gave him a 2-year deal after he got hurt when they didn't have to. I know it's a business, and he has to get what he could get, but I still feel there should have been some mutual loyalty there. The other hand, though, too, maybe just throwing this out, as a $20 million mutual option, maybe there's a possibility Woodruff comes back cheaper. Maybe there's that with that loyalty. Just going to throw that possibility out there, too. To win, we got some news updates. We'll be back to kick off the third hour coming up in just a few minutes. Third hour kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning of November 4th. Thanks for hanging out with us wherever, however you're hanging out, if it's on the radio dials or the video stream, the app, the website, multiple different ways for you to be joining in. Hey, a week from today, we're going to be actually doing a show from Hy-Vee because it's Veterans Day, and we know Hy-Vee does their Veterans Day breakfast. So if you are a veteran or currently serving, stop by 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. They're going to be doing their free breakfast. So we'll do the program there. We've done that for the last couple of years. It's always fun doing it on that day. So week from today, we'll be over at Hy-Vee doing the program. And then shortly after that, I'm going to be heading over to our good friends, VFW Post 305, hanging out there for a little bit too with some veterans and maybe buying some lunches and such for those who have served or currently are serving at the VFW Post 305. So put that on the calendar. If you are a listener and you have served, first of all, thank you for your service. If you currently are serving, thank you for your service. And let Hy-Vee and, treat you with some breakfast and then come over to the VFW Post 305 and let's hang out and let's chat for a little bit. Maybe chat some ball and such. So put that on the calendar. Going to be a busy next Tuesday, but it'll be a fun next Tuesday for to thank all of our veterans who have and continue to serve. All right. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we'll talk with RJ Cardinal, our Badger analyst. Lots to get to here. Badger basketball with a win last night to tip off their season. We've got Badger football also on the docket. They're going to be taking on, now in the top 25, Washington. So Washington, you got that game coming up this Saturday. So we'll touch on that. We've got hockey, men's hockey. Nice weekend, good weekend for them taking down the Gophers. It's always a good weekend when you take down the Gophers. Women suffering their first loss, but splitting against the Gophers. And volleyball falling Friday night, Halloween night, against against number 1 Nebraska. So lots to catch up on with Mr. Cardinal coming up here in just a little bit. It is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what's grinding your gears? Make it appropriate. Make it a good one. Send it on over, and I'll say it on the air. We're taking your grades for the Packers' second quarter grades. I'm going to get you mine here in a second. It is also the trade deadline today. If there was a player, or maybe a realistic player too, or a position group that you would like to see the Packers try to address by today's deadline, who would that be? I was reading a piece on SI.com for the Packers, written by Jacob Westendorf. 5 potential Packer targets ahead of the trade deadline. Calais Campbell, longtime veteran. Maybe. It says the Packers were listed as a suitor for Calais Campbell and Pro Football Focus's trade deadline story. I know he's up there in age, but he's still getting it done. I don't think that's going to happen, but that'd be nice to clog up the middle a little bit. One guy that we mentioned, Alontae Taylor, the corner from the Saints. Rasul Douglas mentioned in here. I mean, he is with the Dolphins. Michael Mayer, tight end. That would be an interesting one. Former first round pick with the Raiders, but you got Brock Bowers over there. Jackson Powers Johnson is another intriguing one for me. He's also with Vegas. He was a second-round pick in 2024. Now, Vegas is using him as a guard, but he was also one of the highest-rated centers in that 2024 draft. So this could be a potential move where you bring him, maybe you play him at guard this year, but then he's your starter at center next year. That's an intriguing one to me. I could see a lot of this stuff here. You know, Rasul Douglas, I just wonder what we haven't really heard his name. So he's got a forced fumble so far this year. He's got 25 tackles, 5 passes defended. Possibly. Never say never, right? I mean, he is just 30. Maybe that's a move. We'll see. Deadline's today. If they make any if they make any more moves, or if they make any moves. So, all right, grade-wise, just second quarter. We're looking at the last 4 games. Okay? And if you want to do first half grades, combine the first quarter from what we did a few weeks ago, average it out and such. And for anybody who wants to participate in this, you can go about it how you want. If you just want to do an overall grade, that's fine. If you want to break it down by offense, defense, coaching, cool. Players, certain players, awesome. All right. I'm just going to do it offense, defense, coaching, and overall grade. Second quarter. So just to remind you, 3-1 in the second quarter. We're looking at the 4 games where they defeated the Bengals, defeated the Cardinals, defeated the Steelers, lost to the Panthers. Okay, those are the games that we're looking at for our second quarter grades. Because it just kind of worked out where the first quarter it was Lions, Commanders, Browns, Cowboys, then you had your bye, and then Bengals, Cardinals, Steelers, Panthers. Math's not going to completely add up here. At one point, our third quarter, fourth quarter is going to be the final 5. But for this case, we're going to do second quarter because I think the trade deadline is kind of a nice little right there. We'll end that. Get ready for the second half. I'll start with, excuse me. I'll start with the offense. My grade for the offense for the second quarter, C-. Might be a little hard. Maybe too harsh. But yeah, you 27 points, 35 points, but then just 13 against the Panthers. I don't want to have that Panthers game dictate the whole grade, but it has to factor in. Obviously, it's got to be 25% of the grade, right? 4 games, you break it down by each one, it's going to have a factor. I might be a little hard, but maybe it's just because I have higher expectations. The offense, the biggest thing, like everybody has been saying, has been the inconsistency. And I'll get more to the coaching aspect when we get to grades for coaching and that. But I'm at like a C-. There's been slow starts with the offense in the first half. You've been seeing some like questionable decisions, and really, was that the best one? Best play call? I mean, questionable decisions from not a whole. There's been a couple from Jordan Love, but every quarterback's going to have questionable decisions and such. Offensive line play has been sketchy in that. So, yeah, I'm probably at like a C- when it comes to the offense. Again, for some, maybe that's too harsh because I'm sure some people are like, well, they're 3-1 and, 27, 35. Yeah, but a lot of that was, you look at it. He had to come back in the second half against Steelers, Cardinals. Bengals was way too close. Defensively, B-. Kind of where I'm at. Steelers, you had Micah Parsons, or excuse me, was it the Cardinals? Yeah, his first 3-game sack, or first game with 3 sacks and that. But and Panthers, there's issues in stopping the run. So they're still, yes, they got a turnover against Carolina. Still like to see more of those turnovers rack up, especially from a defense when that's like their main goal is to lead the league in turnovers, and they're struggling to manufacture some of those turnovers and create those turnovers. There's some cornerback depth issues. I would say there's some depth issues at the interior defensive line. Great at pressuring the quarterback with Micah, Rashawn Gary, Devontae Wyatt in that. Teams are avoiding Xavier McKinney on the back end because they know what he can do. You got Edge and Quay. Probably about a B minus with that. I do think a lot of it is factors in for defensive play, complementary football from the offensive side of things too. Maybe if the offense was getting off to faster starts or having 4 complete quarters, does that have a positive effect on the defense? Absolutely. I think it's related. It does have a trickle-down effect to it. I want to see this team bounce back from their run defense. I'm a little worried about that, especially from the interior standpoint. I am a little bit worried about the cornerback depth. Those are my 2 biggest concerns going forward with this group, especially when you've got games against, the Lions and Jahmyr Gibbs. You throw in the Ravens and such. Saquon Barkley, for crying out loud, coming up here. But it hasn't been like dominant in a lot of instances, but it's been good. So yeah, I'm at about a B minus when it comes to the defensive side. Coaching, let's do offense and defense. We'll break it up here. And I guess overall, offensive coaching, this is where I'm going to be kind of hard on. I'm probably at C minus D plus. Again, that might be a little harsh, but maybe I just have too high of an expectation. Now, Jordan Love, I think, has been playing really well, and he deserves to get more credit than what he's been getting. Did he have a great game against Carolina? No, he did not. Okay? Not absolving him of that by any means. But from an offensive game plan, it's questionable. From offensive designs, it's questionable. Coming out fast, almost non-existent at times. And it's just like, the first drive, the scripted plays, you move the ball, but then you turn the ball over, you fumble, or you have a stupid penalty or something like that. Again, inconsistent. So, yeah, probably around a C minus. That's where my gut's telling me. C minus for the offense. Defensively, for the coaching, I think Hafley is, okay, let's look at what he's got to work with. I think he's gotten better and more comfortable, and it makes sense. I mean, short time with Micah Parsons when he first got there a week. Okay, how can I best utilize him? What is he doing best? I love the fact that Micah Parsons was over 90% of the snaps against Carolina last week or this past weekend. He has got to be on the field like that. The T.J. Watts do that. The Max Crosbys do that. The Aiden Hutchinsons do that. They're out there 80, 90% of the snaps. Micah Parsons has to be out there 90% of the snaps. And we're seeing him moving around like a chess piece instead of saying, put your hand in the dirt, you're lined up at the end. And I think he's looking at his corner situation too and trying to counterplay that. It's almost like, okay, we're getting pressure on the quarterback. I don't know if he's a little nervous at times to play the aggressive man because, okay, pressure on the quarterback, but that receiver is going to beat my man coverage. And big play, deep play. Just wanting to try to keep everything in front. Maybe that changes if he's a little bit more confident in his cornerback play. We're seeing Quay. I think Quay is having a great season so far. I think a lot of that has to do with Jeff Hafley, putting him in a position to succeed and such. So Hafley, I'm at about a B. I think he, given what he's given in some instances, especially with the cornerback play, I got to give him a B. Special teams, I'll combine special teams and play into one. Probably, Daniel Whelan is the most positive thing. Now you get the kicking situation, D plus, C minus. There's still stupid penalties on kickoffs and returns and that. You get the ball, it's a 30. Nope, there's a flag. Now you're at your own 10. It's It's pathetic. I struggle. How are we having penalties on kickoffs when there's barely a return to it? Overall head coaching with Matt LaFleur, like I said the other day, I've never really been on I haven't been on the fire Matt LaFleur bandwagon. I'm not there, but I've got major concerns. I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated. I'm annoyed. I'm for the first time, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm not fully on board, but I'm like, dude, confused. What's the vision here? What's the game plan here? Are you trying to just be the smartest man in the room? Coach the team that you have, not what you want them to be. Call the plays for the personnel that you have, not what you want them to be. But put them in a position to succeed. Stop at times trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Where is this creativeness? Where is this aggressiveness? Where is this adaptability? He's got to be better. There's no question. He has got to be better going into the second half. C-D+ for Matt LaFleur's coaching job. That's where I have it. All right, let's switch gears here for a few minutes. We're going to talk some Badgers with Mr. RJ Cardinal. Football, basketball, hockey, volleyball, all in action right now. Let's hit it up. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words.
ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation have been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Hit us up with a text or give us a call at 715-830-1912 to let your sports opinions be heard on The Dan Kasper Show.
Lots to catch up on in the Wisconsin Badger world. It's perfect time to be catching up with our dude, Mr. R.J. Cardinal, down in Madison. The Zone Badger basketball tipping off their season last night with a win over Campbell University. Let's lead off with that. So let's bring in Mr. R.J. Cardinal joining us. First of all, happy start to the hoop season, R.J. How you doing, man?
Good. I'm doing all right. Had a little bit of a cold stretch there in the second half, but ended up scoring just as much as did in the first and pulled away with a 32-point victory for the 20-point cover.
Yeah. I picked the cover yesterday too, so I'm pumped about that. Go. So, John Blackwell last night, 31 points. I'm really excited to see what he can bring to the table this year, because if you go back to the end of last year, he declared for the NBA draft. But, I mean, he said, hey, if I'm coming back, it's going to be Wisconsin. And I think you and I talked about it. It made smart for him. Go get some feedback from scouts. See how he can improve. I think we all knew he probably wasn't going to stay in the draft. Comes back to Wisconsin here. I'm really excited to see his growth. You know, we saw John Tonje last year be a nice surprise. Is Blackwell that main guy, that go-to guy this year, you think, for Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think you're going to have like a game-by-game situation, though, where we see a lot of people being able to step up because, I mean, heck, we even saw Nick Boyd go for 21 last night. Yeah. Nolan Winter for 17, and Austin Rapp for 13. Those are your double-digit scorers there. So I think any combination of those guys are probably going to be the leaders of this team this year. And, you'll have a guy or two every game pop up and being like, where did he come from? So he has the ability to be that guy that we've seen step up and take over a team and be the face of the program. But I still think it's going to be built like most of the other teams we've seen in the past, where night in, night out, it could be anybody.
Was there any concern from last night's game? Because you look at it and watching it, not a ton of production from the bench play. I mean, was it 7-9 total points from the bench last night in a game like against Campbell and such? Is that something that's going to be a concern going forward?
I think it ended up being 11.
Was it 11?
Because Braden Carrington, sorry, Braden, you're one of the names I haven't heard people talk about at all, but 4 points in 12 minutes. Good on you with an assist in there. But hey, 11 points from the bench. I mean, a couple of them only got like Jack Robeson and Isaac Gard were in for the final minute. Ricardo Greppi in for 2 minutes. So part of it might be, outside of Garlock, Janicki, and Carrington, 3 guys got over 10 minutes or more. So at least I guess we have a 8-deep bench, and it'll be interesting to see how Alexis Belauskas comes along. Because I mean, we've heard good things about him, at least in the preseason here, and what kind of things he has. And coming from Serbia, where he was playing in a men's league there, so it'll be interesting to see how his minutes go along based on kind of gameplay on a game-to-game basis. See if he gets more than 7 minutes based on foul trouble or just anything like along those lines. But I mean, and even when losing a guy who it's now apparently coming out might more likely have been involved in that gambling sting the FBI did. It didn't seem like he was going to be somebody who was regularly in the rotation. So maybe where we saw things being a little deeper than we thought. I guess if we're going 8 deep still, I mean, usually Wisconsin was going 6. So I guess it's an improvement there, but we'll see if Belauskas ends up getting more minutes and it becomes like a 9-guy rotation. So, yeah, I mean, first game, we'll see how it plays out, but definitely would like to see a little more from the bench.
Nolan Winter, you mentioned him, double-double last night, 17 points. I was probably more impressed with the 12 rebounds. I would love, I know Big Ten, it might get a little tougher to be grabbing 12 rebounds or double-digit rebounds per game, but I mean, if that's something that he can provide, crashing the boards like that, just how crucial is Nolan Winter to a successful season this year?
Yeah, I would like to see him get to the free throw line more than 0 times, but what are you going to do? Getting boards, you're 7 foot. We've heard guard call guys out before and be like, you're the biggest guy out there. Do your job. 12 boards. It's a good one.
Yeah.
And it was on both ends. So split 6 on the offensive, 6 on the defensive side. And it's what you want him to do. So seeing him do that. But like you said, Big Ten's a little different. Top 25 opponents are a little different, but still being able to not shy away from that and end up with 12 in a game is something that doesn't go unnoticed and shows at least the potential there to happen during, perceived greater competition.
Right.
Again, when we play Northern Illinois, we'll see if that trend continues. It's something to build upon, especially with your bigs being able to get rebounds like that. But I know we've talked about in the past, some of the guys lately seem a little timid in the lane, but rebounds are always a good thing. Keep plays live or end drives. So
switching over to football here, obviously Wisconsin now has got Washington, top 25 now, Washington, number 24 in the country. I want to start off with this. I don't know if you saw this. Matt Brown tweeted this out about 42 minutes ago. He filed a dozen Freedom of Information Acts to see what schools were selling the most booze at football games, both in raw numbers and per capita. Number one, Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin, 255,000 units sold, a total revenue of a little over $3 million. They are above, by far, the Nebraska, who is in second, a little over $2 million, as Colton Bartholomew retweeted and said too. And this is with ticket renewals and ticket scans down and fans leaving often early with this game. So what are those numbers? I mean, Wisconsin's making some moolah from booze, right? First of all, it probably doesn't surprise you.
Probably helps. There haven't been a lot of 11 a.m. kicks.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Which I guess is good if you're making $3 million on that right now. But, even beforehand, everybody knew it'd be a revenue stream for the Badgers once they allowed alcohol sales at Camp Randall and the Kohl Center. So as we're looking at it here, there's some money to put into NIL or put into paying players. So I guess people are helping that way, whether they think they are or not.
Right.
That's so far this year.
Yeah.
Or
let me bring it. I think it's. Let me double check it here quick here. But that'd be a lot of units, over 250.
I feel like that might be a first 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm. Let me.
But still, you're averaging 1.5 million a year.
Right. Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing. It's just the graphic says units sold 255,122. So I'll have to double check if that can't be just 1 year, right? Maybe. Possibly?
If you're having 50, 60,000 people a game, because there's not that many people in the stadium saying it'll be 74,000.
It does sound like it's just this year alone.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's got to be this year if it's 250,000.
Yeah,
because that makes sense. I mean, how many home games have we had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
and this is just August and September.
Yeah.
So
so that's not even including the Iowa and Ohio State game.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. That's a big chunk. Heck yeah.
That is a big chunk for 3 games.
Yeah. So on one hand, I got to imagine Wisconsin people are probably proud of that number. But on the second hand, maybe fans are going to be like, okay, where are you going to use that money towards now? Right?
Yeah. I guess. I mean, hopefully it goes into something for the football program because we all know something needs to happen. You're about to get hopefully a 60th ranked recruiting class coming in here, but just had a decommitment from a linebacker and still hoping, you have your top receiver and top running back stay with the program. But, in this day and age, a kid would be doing themselves a disservice if they end their recruitment after a commitment, especially based on how seasons go and how programs could end up having more money to give somebody, because that's the thing now. I mean, commitments don't really mean anything anymore. And I mean, it is what it is. A lot of the time, verbal commitments didn't mean anything beforehand too. So it's not like that changed. But it's hopefully that 250,000 units can be used well along the lines anywhere within the football program. But gonna need a lot of help.
Yeah. To the game coming up here. Are we going to see Carter Smith get to start? Should we see Carter Smith get to start for Wisconsin? I see a lot of fans on social media saying, especially yesterday when Luke Fickles, whoever tweeted for Luke Fickles, saying, happy birthday, Carter Smith, and all the responses were like, yeah, start him.
Start him. I saw those yesterday too. And I mean, in his presser, it's not like he helped out at all by saying he's not going to be playing. They said he's in the mix and they'll see how practice goes this week. Well, I mean, at that point, you're splitting number 1 reps with 3 guys to try to 4 maybe, because he also said we'll see if Danny's good to go or if Billy's good to go. And it's like, okay, what are we doing here? Unless you're throwing smoke screens and not letting any media see what is happening in practice, you're not really helping people. There's no tape for Washington to watch on Carter Smith, so just say it. Like, right. I don't understand what we're doing here. You're going up against a team who is more of a passing team than a rushing team, so looking at a mismatch there. It's supposed to be cold and rainy on Saturday, so hopefully that'll help slow down Washington's passing attack. I mean, we don't have one to speak of. We don't have a rushing attack either. So you have Danny O'Neal, who's still our leading passer that hasn't played in a few games. Dylan Jones had toe surgery and is done for the year, and he's your leading rusher with 300 yards on the year. I mean, it's quite embarrassing what your offense is doing at this point in time, and I still think they're, with the bye week, averaging 10 points a game now, maybe probably less. But they got over 100 now for the season, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of out of words to describe this season anymore, and where we're at with it. Anybody who's wishing Fickle to be fired probably can rest on that, with the amount of Power 4 programs that are now probably going to be perceived as better landing spots than Wisconsin. You're not going to fire him unless you find somebody who wants to be at Wisconsin. And I mean, I don't know if there's anybody out there right now who would want to be. You have Jason Eck at New Mexico, who just got them bowl eligible for the first time since 2016. So and who knows? I don't know if he wants to be here. He played here. Doesn't mean he wants to be here. So, yeah, it's you're losing, especially in this matchup, anything that you can see as a way to win a game now, just because your offense is so putrid, historically bad, and it's just hard to see any redeeming qualities right now. So why not give Carter Smith a chance to maybe get a lightning rod here, or be able to at least change something. Because if we're still going to trot out what hasn't worked since Billy Edwards went down, you're trying to get fired at this point.
Right, yeah. Switching to hockey here quick, because men's team picking up wins over the Thursday and Friday with the Gophers. Women's split against the Gophers, but from the men's side of things, 6-0-2 to begin the season. RJ,
yeah,
good start, great. I mean, entering a year 3 for Mike Hastings, there was probably some fans wondering, okay, maybe a little like, which version are we going to get? First year, they were really good. Second year, as you said, they lost a lot of players, so a little down. Now, third year here. I mean, off to a really good start.
Yeah, up to number 10 in the rankings. They go to Ann Arbor this weekend, who's Michigan's number 2 in the nation. And, I mean, you tied the series with Minnesota State, who's 16th, and you've taken care of everybody else who now isn't ranked, but you beat a ranked 18th/19th. Minnesota swept them for the first time since 2013, I think, or 2014, at the Kohl Center, and had a goalie on Saturday, had the first shutout since 2010 against the Gophers. So however you want to look at it, it's good. Things are going well right now. Uptick in competition when you're taking on the 9-1 Michigan Wolverines this weekend in Ann Arbor. So maybe the first real test. Minnesota State, they're good. You tied them. I believe you came from, I'm trying to remember, I think you came from behind both games to have official ties, but also if it was a conference game, I think Big Ten still does a shootout rather than just ends in a tie. And you took both shootouts against them. So theoretically got the extra point if you want to look at it that way, but non-conference doesn't matter. Ends in a tie. But yeah, they're looking much better this year, like a totally different team. I went there first watching the game on Thursday night. I didn't know many of the names, but good thing I watched because I was able to kind of follow along. And buddy I took, who's a huge Wisconsin fan, kind of forgot they were on TV. So he's just sitting there the whole game. And who's this guy? But I mean, they look so much better on the ice than they did last year. Whether people left by choice or maybe were asked to leave, program is much better off than it was last year. And I think you can see that as you look at just the record in itself right now. You're not thinking about splitting series. You're thinking about winning those series and sweeping them, and not having, play better on one night than the other night, like we've talked about in the last couple of years. But definitely players are much better of a caliber. Got a lot of people from the WHL, major juniors in Canada, with a lot of also USHL kids. Can't really call them kids. Some of them are like 21-year-old freshmen. So much more experienced team, not necessarily in college hockey, but definitely in hockey acumen in general. And your goaltender right now is looking amazing.
And then on the women's side, splitting against, it's Wisconsin, Minnesota, 2 of the best teams in the entire country. You can kind of look at the scores between those 2 games too. So, first loss in that, but I don't take a whole lot away from that series other than that these are 2 really good teams.
Right. I mean, you lose 5-2, and then come back and win 7-2.
Right.
So, I think it was just an off night, and you rebounded. So it looks good there. I think they're still number one in the country. You lose 1 to Minnesota. Minnesota jumped Ohio State, and you're still number one in the country and got all first place votes. So nobody even voted Minnesota in there for some first place votes. So the rest of the country still thinks you're doing pretty well. And your toughest competition is going to be in conference, playing Minnesota, Ohio State, and probably Minnesota Duluth. So it is what it is. Hopefully you have another powerful season like you did last year. Their last loss, it was like 300 some odd days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not much else you can say about a team that just gets business done. And I'll call it an off night for that 5-2 loss. Looking forward to the rest of the season on seeing what Wisconsin can do in terms of, it'll be hard to do what they did last year when having, some of the more high-powered offense in women's hockey history, I believe it was, as well as the kind of defense they were playing where, they were just smoking people, and it wasn't even funny, the kind of stats they were putting up.
Yeah. Before I get to your pick for football, volleyball too, just want to make a note. They did fall to Nebraska Friday night on Halloween nights in straight sets, but then they come back and beat Ohio State a couple of days later in straight sets. Still got a few weeks left of this regular season too for conference play.
Yeah. We go through the end of November here, I think, is regular season.
Yep.
You still got plenty of matches left here. Nebraska they've lost some sets, but they're beating everybody.
They're just a powerhouse right now. Yeah.
It'll be, and that's one where, Nebraska, I think, is putting a lot of NIL into volleyball right now. It's a point of pride for them. And you can kind of see it with the kind of talent they have right now. That's no matter when you play them, I think it's going to be tough to get at them. They're the favorite to win the national championship. So hopefully somebody can give them a game.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see where the rest of the season goes. There are some haves and have-nots in the Big Ten. So, hopefully you can get back on like the unbeaten sets streak, win some matches here, 3-0 going down the line. You are having a ranked weekend. Well, I guess tomorrow and Sunday. So not a weekend like a Friday, Sunday, but against Minnesota and Indiana. So tough competition coming to the field house this week. And then you kind of go on a Purdue's in there. I was going to say a not ranked run there, but to end the season, but you have Purdue number 9 and Minnesota in there in that run as we finish out the month here. So, still a lot left to play for. A lot to, at least in the Big Ten standings, to get an invite into the NCAA tournament and see where that goes. And hopefully you don't draw the side of the bracket that Nebraska's on.
All right. Before I let you go, quickly pick Washington, Wisconsin. I know who you're probably picking to win, but do they cover and everything? What's your final thoughts on this game?
Yeah, when they go on the road, they seem to be a different team in Big Ten play, but they've only been on the road twice, and don't put up a lot of points on the road. Hopefully the rain helps out, but I don't see Wisconsin scoring a lot. So I'm going to say 24/7 Washington, and hopefully that's all it is.
RJ, dude, appreciate the time as always, buddy. Love chatting with you. Have a good rest of your week, man, and we'll catch up with you next week, sir.
Sounds good. We will talk to you then.
You got it. There you go. There's RJ Cardinal from the our sister station, The Zone in Madison. Let's take a quick break here, and we'll start to wrap up the third hour coming up after these quick words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Hi, I'm Melissa Peterson, Market President at Friends and Bank in Eau Claire. If you're planning to buy your first home, your dream home or cabin, let our mortgage experts guide you through the entire process. They'll work with you to find a solution that's tailored to your situation. We'll take the stress out of buying a home. Learn more at friendsandbank.com/Eau Claire or stop by our convenient location today. Friends and Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 1207375.
It's that time of year again. The November deer hunt is right around the corner. Before you head out to the woods, make sure you're ready with a stop at Tilden Gun. Whether you're looking for a new rifle, shotgun, ammo, scopes, Tilden Gun has the best selection around and the best prices to match. Seriously, if you're hunting for deals, this is where the trail ends. The crew at Tilden Gun knows their stuff too. They're hunters, they're outdoorsmen. They'll help you find exactly what you need to make this deer season one to remember. And hey, while you're there, maybe start thinking about the holidays. Because let's be honest, the best gift you can give any outdoorsman is something new from Tilden Gun. So before you head to the woods or the gift list, head to Tilden Gun. Great gear, great prices, great people. Tilden Gun, where every hunter's season starts. Give them a visit today at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls and check out their website, tildengun.com. Best of luck and be safe in the great outdoors.
We were walking through this farmer's market on a Saturday morning.
Every story starts out different.
I stopped to smell the sunflowers at one stand, and when I turned back, I saw him kneeling down right there between the baskets of apples and jars of honey.
Every story is special.
We were at home watching the same movie we saw together on our very first date. Then the picture changed to a slideshow he'd secretly made, photos of us from all these years together. The last slide said, "Will you marry me?"
For 100 years, our family's been proud to play a small role in celebrating and commemorating the golden moments of love and beloved moments of engagement. And while the stories are different,
He took me skating.
you ask her what happened.
I was nervous on the ice, but he kept holding my hands, and he pulled off his mitten and pulled out a little box from his coat.
They always end the same.
And the ring was perfect for me. Perfect for me.
In Eau Claire and online at blasters.com. Start your love story here. The Dude.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment at the Capital One Supercard. So let's just get one of everything.
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Target's early Black Friday deals are almost here, and they're bigger than ever. Take 40% off select gifts and holiday decor for 3 days only, starting this Thursday. Score can't-miss deals on new fits for the whole fam, festive lights and decorations to brighten your home, and even top toys like select Lego sets for endless holiday fun. Shop in-store or online, but don't miss out. These deals are going fast. 40% off gifts and holiday decor starts Thursday, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Winter's coming, Eau Claire, and so is your wallet. If you wait too long, that is. AJM Automotive says it's time to swap out those worn-out tires for new ones before Jack Frost has your snowblower. Bring it in for a tune-up so it doesn't quit on you faster than your uncle after shoveling one driveway. AJM Automotive, tires, tune-ups, and a little peace of mind before the first snow hits. Don't wait, because snow waits for no one. Make your appointment today by giving them a call at 715-835-9523. Winter and the holidays days are coming, so don't let aches and pains slow you down. At Triple Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help you get back on your feet, back on the field, and feeling your best. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or something that's been nagging you all year, their expert team can help make the pain go away before the snow flies. Don't wait any longer. Simply make your appointment today by visiting their website at cvosm.com and get moving again this season.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex Decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
The Mine Safety and Health Administration reminds you that mining accidents and injuries are preventable. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Take time, save lives. Visit MSHA.gov.
The Mobile Man Cave. It's hitting the road for some tailgate road shows. Where should we go next? Let us know by visiting Sports Talk 105.
Got about 5 minutes to the top of the hour this morning. Coming up next hour, let's talk some more football. NFL trade deadline is today. Will the Packers make a move? We shall see. Realistically, though, do you feel like they're going to make a move? And if so, what do you think is the position that Green Bay has to go out there and address? Like, what's the position that they have to go out there and try to address? The biggest need: corner, defensive lineman? Do they need to try to go find some more tight end depth now with Tucker Kraft gone? What do you think? And we've been doing some grades, so if you want to give me your second quarter grades for the Pack, text those on over. If you're looking at the second quarter, it's 3-1 record, wins against the Bengals, wins against the Cardinals, and then the Steelers, and then the loss to the Panthers. Those are the games we're looking at for the second quarter of the season. So, what would you grade the offense? What would you grade the defense? And what would you grade the coach and overall team? Okay? Think about it for a little bit. Hit me up with a text. It is also a Toys of Florida Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what the heck is grinding your gears? This is your chance to get it off your chest and let us know. Make it appropriate. Make it fun so we can say it on the air. Also, it is a Gamechanger Tuesday. So who's the player? What was the play that kind of, in your opinion, changed the flow of the game? It doesn't have to be the best play, okay? It doesn't have to be like ESPN's top 10 type of play. What's a play or player that maybe what he did on this certain play, or just kind of what he did within the game, it may not show up in the stat sheet, but man, that dude changed the game. He was a game changer. Who are your picks? What are your picks? continue to send those on over. Again, you can text it to us or comment on the video stream. So we'll hit that up. We got Bucks back at it again tonight after picking up a win last night thanks to Giannis with his game-winning jumper. Little fadeaway, turn away, backing down the defender, posting him up, and then fadeaway jumper going to his left, knocking down the Indiana Pacers. They're right back at it tonight, taking on the Toronto Raptors at home, or on the road, in Toronto again. So we got another Bucks game to dive into, take a look at that. So, and we did talk some Brewers here this morning with some of the moves that the crew made yesterday, and Murphy being named a finalist for Manager of the Year. No surprise. Caleb Durbin being named a finalist for Rookie of the Year in the National League. We have that Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question up on our Sports Talk Facebook page. Which Brewers rookie do you think had the biggest impact for the Brewers this year? Caleb Durbin continues to lead that vote. 51% of the votes, 33% going to Jacob Mizorowski, 12% going with Isaac Collins, 4% going to Chad Patrick. So if you want to partake in that, just make sure you follow the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page to vote, and you can hit me up with a text why you voted the way you voted. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off. We got some quick news updates, and then we'll get right back to it with a little football chats. Trade deadlines today. Do the Packers desperately need to make a move? Do they have to? Is it imperative for them to make a move if they want to win a Super Bowl? Does one move define it? Also some second quarter grades. 3 in. We got one more to go. Stick around. We'll be back after these quick news updates.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. We're going to start with headlines that keep us pretty close to our area, and that includes the courts with an Eau Claire man accused of sexually assaulting a teenage runaway making a first court appearance today. Police say 38-year-old Jeremiah Richardson offered food and shelter to a 15-year-old, but instead nailed the door shut to prevent her from leaving, assaulted her, and then denied her food for days. The charges against Richardson include sexual assault and false imprisonment. Well, a case that stretches back to May unfolds in the legal system, with authorities moving forward with charges against two men in connection with a deadly accident on Lake Wissota. 2 jet skis collided on the lake. This was the night of May 23rd and resulted in the death of 24-year-old Ellie Jo Clamschuster. She'd been a passenger on one of the jet skis. The operators of the watercrafts, Bruce Sanborn and Sean Irving, have been charged with second-degree reckless homicide. The taxes could take a turn in the road if you think you should be able to green light what you pay. Wisconsin Republicans are putting a bill forth. They want voter approval before municipalities can tax Wisconsinites for vehicle registration. The Republican-backed bill would require local voters to give the green light to those tax increases. Right now, 14 counties and more than 50 municipalities have wheel taxes, and they range anywhere from $10 to $40 a year. Showing you different sides so you can decide, Republicans say it's taxation without representation, whereas municipalities say they need the money for road paving and transportation projects. And when you think of the future, the Jetsons come to mind in those flying cars. They may not be as far away as you think. Elon's on it.
In the appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast Friday, Musk said Tesla was getting closer to demonstrating the prototype was something unforgettable. When Rogan asked for more details, Musk said Peter Thiel once reflected that the future was supposed to have flying cars, but we don't. In little specifics, Musk said the unveiling has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever. The Tesla CEO also said the car would hopefully be unveiled in a couple of months. I'm Mark Mayfield.
You know, I came in here and Casper's got the macaroni, the glitter, the glue, a pack of markers, the big 64-box of crayons with a sharpener in the back. Hey, what you doing? Said he's working on a new logo with some new merch, and he promises
has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever.
For Sports 105.1, I'm Billy Coker.
In
intervals of sun and clouds take us through our Tuesday, and this go-around less wind to deal with. It is going to be a mild afternoon at around 60. Going into tonight, partly cloudy, increasing breezes from the northwest as the cold front rolls through will dip to a low of 40. And then for tomorrow, lots of sunshine, breezy, a high of 54. On Thursday, we're in the low 50s, mostly cloudy and staying breezy. On 13 First Alert, meteorologist Derek Dahlman.
Get your hands up! Warning, the following hour may cause uncontrollable laughter, bold sports takes, and the sudden urge to yell at your radio. You've officially entered happy hour on the Dan Kasper Show, where stats are optional, opinions are strong, and Dan might be running on caffeine or something stronger. It's the final hour. Loosen the tie, unbuckle the brain, and let's get weird.
It is the final hour kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out all morning with us, peeps. No matter where you're tuning in from or how you're tuning in from, you got those radio dials, 105.1 FM, the massive 790 AM signal, even more massive, the internet signal of sportstalk1051.com, also the app and the YouTube video stream. Multiple ways for you to be tuning in. You can hit us up with some texts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. That's 715-830-1912. We're hoping to have the phone line where you could call in up and going here this week. So with the shift in moving into studios and such, almost fully up and at it. So until then, you can always continue to hit us up with those texts or join us in the YouTube chat room as well. John with a text saying, good morning, Dan. I don't think the Packers make a move at the deadline. If they do, I would like to see them trade for a corner. They will probably trade for an offensive lineman for depth. My grade for the second quarter for the Packers gets a C. Looking at with the trade deadline being today for the Pack, what are the biggest positions of need where, and then let's take two steps back. Are they going to trade for a starter? I say chances are low for that. Depth, yes. Are we talking like, okay, corner, oh, they're going to make a big-time splash move and trade for the number one, like a top-tier corner? No. That doesn't happen. Could they go out and get some depth pieces? Sure. And I think you look at, first of all, you look at teams who are probably not going to make the playoffs this year, or teams that are just the arrows trending downward. You know, the Dolphins firing their general manager. They've been trading off pieces. Cincinnati's going to do that. Tennessee, has been doing that. You kind of look at those teams. There's been some Saints too. Seattle's such an interesting one because they've gotten a couple names that have been floated out there, like Woolen, the corner. They're a team that's going to be in the playoff hunt. Now, let's not say playoff teams aren't going to trade players. It just could be playing time depth. I mean, look at Green Bay last year, like with Preston Smith, okay? Scheme fits, that sort of thing. So it's possible. But the easy route is to look at, okay, where are the teams at that probably are not going to make the playoffs or they're trending in the wrong direction? Could they start unloading some of their players to maybe get some draft capital? That's where you kind of take a look at some of these guys. And when it comes, and I would agree with what the majority of fans are saying. I would look at if Green Bay was going to make a move. I'm a little hesitant that they are, and I know that like the last 2 years they have made a move at the deadline. They traded Preston Smith and they traded Rasul Douglas. I think if they make a move this year, it's going to be more so that they probably acquire a player instead of sending a player to get a pick. Could be completely wrong, though. But in the order, I would say yes. Corner is definitely at the top, near the top. If it's not, you could say defensive line, interior defensive line to help improve the run defense. If you're a little bit... I would say if they make a move for a defensive lineman today, there maybe is a little bit of concern with Colby Wooden with the injury and such, although Matt LaFleur kind of tempered that. Or they just want straight up more depth. The guy that we've been through the draft process. Let me bring up snap counts from Sunday's game too. just to kind of get a glimpse. But, when TJ Slayton left, maybe that's a guy they tried to bring back. TJ Slayton with Cincinnati. When TJ Slayton left, there was like, okay, they need to get a guy then to stop the run, to play on early downs. And one of those guys that was thought of that could do that would have been Stackhouse, undrafted rookie. And for the game against Carolina, he played 28% of the snaps, which actually, to be honest, was a little bit higher than I thought. Colby Wooden played 26% of the snaps. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they go out there and try to find some defensive line help. I'd still say it's corner. An interesting name out there is potentially Asante Samuel, where Ian Rappaport yesterday had reported that doctors have cleared him to play. His agent has sent that letter to teams across the league. The thing is, it's a spinal fusion procedure, and when it comes to Green Bay, right, we've seen them be very hesitant on playing players that have gone through a neck injury or a similar type of procedure. So could that be a move where they just bring him in as a free agent? Maybe stash him on the practice squad. The thing is, too, with Asante Samuel, the guy hasn't played football this year. So I don't think it's not, if you bring him on and I don't think he plays right away. You have to get him up to speed. You have to get him into football shape and such. But it's a possibility. But does that need for corner right now, become a little bit more important because Nate Hobbs apparently is going to miss the next couple of weeks due to an MCL sprain. So you kind of factor that into it as well. You want a guy that can contribute right away. Offensive line, as John noted too, could they maybe get some depth at that spot? That wouldn't surprise me either. Those are the three. Tight end, I should say tight end, throw them in there. Those are probably the four. The top four areas that if Green Bay was going to trade for some depth to go get a guy, it's probably that, or probably one of those four. If I were to rank them, I got corner, defensive line, tight end, offensive line. I throw tight end in there because you are an injury away from Luke Musgrave to be in, now what? Now what do you do with that position? So, again, I'm a little apprehensive whether they're going to really make a move. And we've seen teams already making moves for corners all across the league. And Green Bay's kind of stood pat so far. Other reports out there saying they have made calls. They've done check-ins on corners. I know Diana Rossini from The Athletic, was it Sunday, reported that Green Bay was making exploratory calls to find out maybe they could find a corner somewhere to help them out in that, to add a little depth. But if I had to pick right now, I don't think they make a move. I don't. I'm sure they are going to. I'm sure they're going to make calls. I think you have to be your due diligence. You have to do exploratory calls just to see maybe there's something out there for a bargain. Maybe there's somebody out there that's available that, hey, we didn't think that they'd be available for that price. So yeah, let's make that move. I'm sure Goody and his staff have been doing that. I'd be very disappointed if they weren't. I'm more confident that Goody and his staff are doing it than what Ted Thompson perhaps did. I love the clip going back to when Mike McCarthy was head coach. Let me see if I can bring it up here quick. when he was asked about the trade deadline and if the Packers were potentially making some calls and such. And I believe it was Bill Hubert who asked this question because Bill also tweeted out. But this was when Mike McCarthy's head coach, Ted Thompson, was still general manager. Just listen to it because you can't but laugh at this point.
What's the trade deadline like around here? Is it a lot of conversation or just standard?
Is that what you asked? I thought it was next week. No? That's what it's like. So.
Dude thought it was the following week, and it was that day. Didn't even know, and had perfect response. That's what it's like. They don't talk about it. They didn't talk about it back then. They didn't. It's completely different with this regime, with Goody. But man, that's still gotta creep in your crawls a little bit. Like, why didn't we do any more moves? We had Rodgers in the prime and could have maybe done this. Would that have led to maybe another Super Bowl and such? Who knows? It's a big old what if. That actually might be a good what if when Brandon and I start doing some of that in podcasts. What if Ted Thompson was more of an aggressive trader, player-wise, trading players, trading picks for players? That would be such a... I'll throw that out there to you guys and gals. Think about that for a little bit. I'm going to save that one for what if. I'm going to have to write that down so I remember. What if? What do you think? Just have a little fun with this. What if Ted Thompson, post-2010, okay, after they win Super Bowl 45, what if he was like Goody? What if he was just like Goody, let's say, to use an example, okay? And he did trades. He did trades by the deadline. Does Aaron Rodgers and the Packers have another Super Bowl? Say everything else same. Same head coach, Mike McCarthy, okay? But Ted Thompson is more Goody-esque in terms of willing to trade picks to bring in players. What if? What if he was like that? Do you think Aaron Rodgers and the Packers and Mike McCarthy would have multiple Super Bowls? Then you're talking about Mike McCarthy as maybe a multiple Super Bowl winning head coach, putting him in Tom Coughlin categories and such. Mike Shanahan's, guys who are getting nominated for the Hall of Fame right now. Have a little fun with that one. Think about it. Let me know. I might post that one up on social media just to have a little fun with it. So, grades. Looks like a lot of you right now, second quarter grades for the Packers, you're at about a C. That's kind of where the averages are. If we kind of break it down, I'm not going to go through. I see everybody's text. I'm not ignoring them and such. It's just there's a lot of grades coming in here. Easily the defense has higher grades. That's probably around a B, I would say. Offensively, you're at a C minus C, which makes it, I mean, that totally get it. That makes sense. It's kind of where I had it all. But yeah, average-wise, it's about a C if you do the whole team. What grade would you give Matt LaFleur? Not just as the offensive play caller, but as the head coach. And for this one, let's not just do second quarter. Let's do the first half. So the 5-2-1 record. Division leaders. But losses against the Panthers and the Browns. Tie against the Cowboys. What is your first half grade towards Matt LaFleur? And with that, as we start to look towards the second half of this season, what is your biggest question mark, biggest concern surrounding this ball club as we get into the second half? It's kind of where I want to go next. Let's take a quick break, though, before we do that, okay? Biggest questions, biggest concerns surrounding this ball club as we get into the second half of the season. A very tough schedule, too. Let's not kid ourselves.
You're listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
Milwaukee Bucks are back in action tonight after picking up a win against the Pacers last night, 117-115. Again, thanks to Giannis's game-winning shot as time expired. Bucks picking up that win to improve to 5-2, but they're right back at it tonight, taking on the Toronto Raptors, and you can catch it on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Coverage will begin at 6. Tip time is a little past 6:30 because, again, we know NBA games, for whatever reason, never start on time. But coverage will begin at 6 p.m. right here again on the radio dials 105.1 FM, 790 AM. So what is the biggest question mark, the biggest concern that you have surrounding this Packers team as we get into the second half of the season? Let's take away injuries and health, because that's always going to be at the top, if not number one of the list. And right now, you look at the injuries with Green Bay, with Tucker Kraft, obviously, Matthew Gold a little bit banged up. Hopefully Jayden Reed's coming back here in a little bit. So taking away health and injury as your biggest question mark, your biggest concerns for this ball club. What is the biggest question or concern you have with the second week or second half of the season coming at you. Looking at the schedule for Green Bay, things are not going to get any easier. This is a tough schedule. Okay, it starts with Philly Monday night. Then you got the Giants, and Giants are banged up too. Jack's a dart. I mean, up and down, but an exciting player. Then you got the Vikings, then the Lions, then the Bears, then the Broncos in Denver. Bears, Ravens, Vikings to finish up the season. You're talking about what, potentially all but one, the Giants, as potential playoff teams. Okay? That's a tough schedule. I know you don't necessarily look at the Ravens record. Lamar Jackson and a team makes it different. So the biggest question marks, the biggest concerns I have for this Packers team as we get into the second half of the season, it starts with the offense, the inconsistency with the offense. A lot of you have chimed in, said that's the most frustrating thing you have with this ball club right now. When we were doing grades, second quarter grades and first half grades, that was a common theme. Like, we did some progress reports. A lot of you noted inconsistency with the offense. And that is my biggest concern. And it's the biggest question I have. Is this going to be a unit that can find its footing, find its way? And I look directly at the head coach / play caller, Matt LaFleur, in this instance. What can he do? Now you don't have a Tucker Kraft. What can he do as the offensive mastermind, as the play caller, as the head coach, to get this unit back on track? One, I think it's like, hey, Jordan Love maybe shouldn't be throwing 25% of his passes at or behind the line of scrimmage like they have done in the last 6 games. Let's maybe target the middle of the field a little bit more. Intermediate throws. He's been really good at deep throws. Advanced statistics, numbers all across the board show this with Love. So why, for the last 6 games, has 25% of his throws been at the line or behind the line of scrimmage? Let's attack that 10 to 19-yard range. With Lucas Musgrave coming in, filling in for Tucker Kraft, I think we have to utilize that more. It's going to be different with Musgrave. Okay, he's not the blocking tight end like Tucker Kraft has. Tucker Kraft is the king of yak. Luke Musgrave, no. But Luke Musgrave as a receiving tight end down the seam, yes. He brings that a little bit more to the table. So maybe we're going to see that increase of 10 to 19-yard range for Jordan Love. I don't think we should abandon the run. I do agree that, yes, I want to see Jordan Love throw the ball more. I want to see him throw the ball a little bit more. But that can't come at a cost of completely abandoning Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs is a guy that has shown some ability in the passing game too. Get him more involved in that. I would imagine teams, I mean, they have for the most part this year, but they're going to continue to load up the box. They're going to say, we're stopping Josh Jacobs. We're stopping the run game. And they're going to continue to force Green Bay to try to beat them throwing the football, forcing Jordan Love, challenging the passing offense. And you look at Green Bay offensively, numbers-wise, passing, I mean, they're top 10, top 5 in a lot of offensive categories. But right now, if I'm Vic Fangio of the Philadelphia Eagles and I'm looking at this unit, I'm saying, all right, let's still continue to do what a lot of teams are trying to focus on and stopping Josh Jacobs, and let's challenge the passing attack from Green Bay. It's almost to the point of like Green Bay has to throw to set up the run. You know, offensive line is not doing them any favors. That's another question mark I would have entering this second half of the season. Are we going to see improved play from the offensive line? Improved play from run blocking, improved play from not having stupid penalties that stall drives, that take you two steps back after you have taken 1 step forward. We have to have some consistency on the offensive line. You have to stay healthy, but we need better play. We need better play from Elton Jenkins at the center spot. We need better play from the interior guards. Need more consistency from that group. Can they do it, though? Or is this something, hey, we're at the halfway mark, and this is just something we got to live with? Is that acceptable? And even from a pass protection standpoint, Jordan Love, one of the best quarterbacks in the league with a clean pocket. Guarantee you teams are going to look at this. They're going to look at this offensive line group, and if you've got a team that can get after the quarterback, maybe with, dominant pass rush with just 4 or 5, and you can stop the run, those defenses are going to eat up against Green Bay's offense with the way things are going right now. I mean, kind of look at the teams that have had success defensively against Green Bay, getting home 4-5, putting pressure on Jordan Love, and then able to stop the run too. That's a recipe for success for a lot of defenses, but in this case, really against Green Bay. So offensive line, can they get better in the second half of the season? They have to. They have to. It's imperative. And then corners. Okay. The secondary play. I'm confident. We've seen it. Green Bay, they can pressure the quarterback. They can get after the quarterback. They better when you make a move like you do with Micah Parsons, and it's been working. But now, okay, you're seeing teams trying to get the ball out a little bit quicker, utilizing that, trying to slow that pass rush down. Can those corners up their game, maybe make it a little bit more challenging? Challenging those quarterbacks, challenging those wide receivers, maybe closer to the line of scrimmage. Can this defense get some more turnovers? A defense that prides themselves or wants to pride themselves as leading the league in turnovers, or one of the best teams in the league when it comes to turnovers. Are we going to see more of that in the second half? Because it's been pretty darn quiet in the first half. And then, I got to admit, I don't know what to make about the run defense. They enter this game against Carolina ranked as the third best run defense in the entire league, in the entire National Football League. But then Rico just runs up the gut on them. So is this a good run defensive team, or was this a pretender? Was this a pretender? For what it's worth, after that game, Green Bay fell from 3rd to 5th. They were under 80 yards per game given up on the ground. They are now at 89. Interior, and a lot of that goes to the interior defensive line. Is this going to be, because, you got Saquon Barkley now. You got tush-push offense. Okay? It's going to be a huge challenge for this defensive front. Those are some of the questions I have, some of the concerns I have for this ball club as we get into the second half of this season. What is the play calling going to be like? To kind of recap, what are my biggest questions? What are my biggest concerns for this Packers team heading into the second half? What is the play calling going to be like from the offensive standpoint? Can Matt LaFleur get this offense to be more consistent? Stop with the inconsistencies. I don't think this team has an identity on offense right now. I really don't. What is it? Last year, it was running the football. Josh Jacobs was the identity. What is the identity? You might have been able to say it's Tucker Kraft, but you can't now. They are a very balanced offense when you look at it from a run-pass ratio, but incredibly inconsistent and questionable decisions and play calling at certain points in the game. They got to get better at that, and it starts with Matt LaFleur. They got to have better offensive line play. A lot of that frustration starts up front. They got to be better at run blocking. They got to be better at handling the pressure and cut down the stupid penalties. They have got to be more consistent up front. Defensively, the corners have to just be better. They have to do a better job. I'm confident this team can get after the quarterback with their pressure. Now it goes to the corners. And then you look at the run defense. Was that game against Carolina just an anomaly? Or was that something that, was just kind of a rare thing and not really the true defense? Or is this something to be concerned about with the interior defensive line with stopping the run? Those are my biggest concerns heading forward. Outside of injuries, and you know what? You could even throw special teams in here. I think that's almost a given, along with injuries right now. Always concerned about special teams. Kicking, field goal kicking now. Is that starting to creep up in there? Possibly. We got to take a quick break. Your thoughts? What are your biggest question marks, biggest concerns as we get into the second half of this season? Let me know. Hit me up with a text or comment on the video stream. We'll be back after these quick words. Looks like a lot of you participating in the texting line, kind of echoing some of the same question marks, same issues. Inconsistency, inconsistent offense. All of that seems to be the number one pick so far for Packers fans and their concern with this team heading into the second half. So I hear you. I'm right with you. Right with you all. Trade deadline is today. Can a move be made today that would change the fortunes of the Green Bay Packers? I mean, it almost kind of sounds like we're saying they're just this god-awful team, and I don't want to necessarily do that. But is there a realistic move that could be made today where you're like, that's going to instantly vault them into a Super Bowl champion? I don't think there's going to be a realistic move, okay? I don't think there's going to be that. I do think if they could get some depth pieces, that would ease, I think, a lot of concerns that some Packers fans would have for the rest of the season, depending on who it is, too. I'm sure, depending on who they trade for, there's going to be, I shouldn't say I shouldn't assume that they are because I'm still skeptical that they're going to make a move or anything like that. But if they do make a move, I'm sure there's going to be the skepticism from some Packers fans out there that'll say, well, that's the move. That guy ain't going to do anything. If they do make a move, I don't see them getting a starter. It's going to be more depth pieces, even at corner, at tight end, at defensive line. If they make a move for defensive line, it's probably going to be a guy that is just strictly in there to help stop the run. Maybe they reacquire TJ Slate. Just throwing that guy out there. So, is there one move that would just instantly catapult them, realistic move to kind of similar to a Mike Parsons? No, there isn't. You're not going to get a top-tier corner. You're not going to get big-time interior defensive lineman that's, one of the best in the entire league. You're not going to get a Chris Jones or a Cam Hayward, whoever you want to throw out there. That stuff ain't happening. Now, if they did, okay, let's rock and roll. But it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. Be cool. Be a lot cooler if it did, but it's just not. So we got a few hours yet to that deadline. We'll see if they're working the phones and try. I would think if they were going to make a move, let's get this thing done and try to get the guy to practice tomorrow. The deadline is today, but, earlier on, you can get him out on a plane right away and get him over to Green Bay and such. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's switch over to the Brewers here quick. So just to kind of recap a flurry of stuff that went down the wire for the Brewers yesterday. So the Brewers, no big surprise, picking up the option for Freddie Freeman. Yeah, it'd be awesome if they had Freddie Freeman. Freddie Peralta. They picked up the club option for $8 million. Easy call. That's easy money for Freddie Peralta. Brandon Woodruff, however, is now going to be a free agent. Woodruff gets a $10 million buyout, declining the $20 million mutual option for his contract. So now he gets a chance to test the open market. The other part with this Brandon Woodruff ordeal now is the Brewers have to decide whether they would extend him a qualifying offer. And that number for this year's qualifying number, according to Adam McCulvey, is a little over $22 million. So why would the Brewers want to extend him a $22 million qualifying offer? That's because if Brandon Woodruff declines the qualifying offer, which it kind of seems like he would because maybe he wants a multi-year contract in free agency, the Brewers then would be in line to receive a comp pick. So there's that kind of juggling that they got to try to figure out and such. Other moves that the Brewers did yesterday, they declined their half of Danny Jansen's $12 million mutual option. They'll pay a $500,000 buyout, making him a free agent. They also added right-hander Coleman Crowe, their number 25 prospect per MLB Pipeline, to the 40-man roster. Brewers still they got three options remaining in play here for a couple players. William Contreras has a $12 million club option. I would imagine that's a pickup. There is a $100,000 buyout. However, Contreras would be arbitration eligible if the option is declined. Rhys Hoskins, $18 million mutual, $4 million buyout. I think we kind of know where that one's going. And then Jose Quintana, $15 million mutual, $2 million buyout. Also think we kind of have that one pegged. I would imagine Hoskins and Quintana, they're going to get the buyouts at this point. Also yesterday from the Brewers, Caleb Durbin named as a finalist for National League Rookie of the Year. Drake Baldwin from the Braves also listed as a finalist, and Cubs right-handed pitcher Cade Horton also named as a finalist. Rookie of the Year is going to be announced next Monday, the 10th. Also, Pat Murphy named as a finalist for National League Manager of the Year. No big surprise with that. That one will be named a week from today, November 11th. So I feel like Caleb's probably going to finish third. That's just my gut feeling. And I don't know how you can't give it to Pat Murphy. Again, this is based off regular season. Based off the regular season. It's not based off postseason play. And I threw out this question for our Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question last night with Caleb Durbin getting the nod as a finalist, top 3 in votes. Was he the most impactful Brewers rookie on this roster? And the numbers have gone up since we've talked about it this morning. 55% say it is Caleb Durbin. I thought a lot of Brewers fans would go on that Mizorowski wagon. Miz is second with 32%. Collins 11, Patrick at 2. I mean, you look at it, Caleb Durbin, more of the everyday player. The Isaac Collins, it was such an interesting year following these Brewers rookies because, right away you could say it was Chad Patrick. Who's the top Brewers rookie? I would say it was probably Chad Patrick right away. Then it became Isaac Collins. Or maybe Chad Patrick, then you go with the Miz. Yeah, probably go like the Mizorowski. And then you're talking about, hey, all-star, maybe even rookie of the year. Then I'd say it went to Isaac Collins because then you're talking about rookie of the month and such. And then maybe Caleb Durbin just on the last leg. And I think what helped his case a little bit more too, getting named a finalist over his teammates, was probably all year long. Just a consistent presence in the lineup, practically an everyday player, outside of a few Anthony Siegler starts and such. Isaac Collins, kind of getting benched towards the end, or I shouldn't say benched, but lack of playing time when you got Frelick and, Blake Perkins came back, so they went with more of a defensive lineup, Chirio on left and that. So, but I think what probably helped Caleb Durbin maybe reach the finalists here in the top 3 is just the sustained season, the overall season. I would imagine Miz, Collins, and Chad Patrick are going to show up on the ballots. They just didn't finish top 3. They're going to get some votes. I'll be curious to see how close maybe Mizorowski was to top 3, or even Isaac Collins towards the end there. Like, who finished as the second highest Brewer? Was it Miz, or was it Isaac Collins who made that late run? All right, we got to take our final break. Final break here. We got some picks. Bucks, again, back at it tonight. How can they kind of pick up where they left off last night with that game-winning shot from Giannis and Miles Turner's return to Indiana, where he wasn't happy with how he was treated by the fan base last night. So we'll make that Bucks-Raptors pick and more after we take our final break. We'll be coming up in just a couple minutes. wrap things up here this morning. We got some games to pick for tonight. Got some hoops, got some hockey. Jump right the video stream. There we go. All right. That's why I need a little like assistant in the studio sometimes here. Gotta do it for free though. Okay, let's start off with. Do I have any good college hoops games coming up here tonight? Let's see. We had a boatload though yesterday. Holy moly! Let's switch over to Tuesday. Oh man. Let's go. Yeah, let's start it off with a little college basketball. What are some of the games that not big time. Texas Duke. Yeah, Duke. I mean, come on now. Let's go with Duke here. Other than that, yeah, you've got number 1 Purdue in action taking on Evansville. Purdue's favored by 35.5. Purdue wins, and I think they cover in this one for sure. Let's do one more. I'm just kind of looking at some of the key matches. Kentucky versus Nickel. Yeah, Kentucky's going to win, and I think they're going to win by 30.5 too. I'm sorry, it's just some of these games like, yeah, big lines, but a lot of these games, some of these really good teams do cover in that. NHL, the Utah taking on Buffalo. Give me Utah, baby. Philadelphia, Montreal. I'll roll with Montreal. And let's go Boston, New York. I'm going to go with the Islanders. Let's go Edmonton at Dallas. I'm going to go with Dallas picking up the win tonight against the Oilers. Let's go Nashville at Minnesota. I'll roll with the Wild. I'll roll with the Wild here this morning, or for tonight's game. Tampa Bay taking on the Avalanche of Colorado. Give me Colorado. Detroit, Vegas. Let's go with Vegas. Florida, Anaheim. I got to go with my Ducks. Ducks are my second favorite. But I know Florida's the easy favorite. I'm going to go with the Ducks. I cannot go against the Anaheim Ducks. Winnipeg taking on the Kings. Yeah, I got to go with the Kings for this one. All right, let's do some NBA games. Orlando at Atlanta. Should be a good one. I'm going to go with Magic, though. Philadelphia at Chicago. The two teams at the top of the Eastern Conference as we open up, our third week of this NBA season. Philadelphia, Chicago. Who would have thunk it? I'm going to go with the Bulls. It's in Chicago. Got to give them a little bit of advantage. So, Charlotte taking on New Orleans Pelicans. I'll go with New Orleans. Phoenix at Golden State. Golden State, man. Oklahoma City taking on the Clippers. Can Oklahoma City continue their hot start? 7-0 to begin the year. Why not? Going with the Clippers tonight. And then Bucks at Toronto. Toronto, a 4.5-point favorite. I get it. I mean, you got three scorers on Toronto's team. You got three scorers on Toronto's team that are over 20 points per game. But is it enough after that? I'm going to go Bucks. Still going to go with the Bucks with this one. I don't know if Giannis is going to play tonight. The whole load management thing. Back-to-back nights. Would they give him a night off? If Giannis doesn't play, Toronto wins. If Giannis plays, Bucks win. That's how I'll roll with my picks. All right. We only got a few minutes left to the top of the hour. Big thanks to everybody for sending in your grades. If I did a quick sort of math average on where everybody was at for Packers grades, it's probably second quarter C. First half, B minus, C plus, around that line. Offense, C minus. That's about where the average is at. I'm just kind of, just with everybody's grades in there. Defense, B, B minus. Head coach, you're at a C minus. That's where the average is right now. We had some that were lower, some that were about a B minus, so the average was around C. I would say the low was a D plus, and the high for LaFleur that I got was a B minus. So just kind of averaging out because we got a lot of C's and a lot of C minuses. I'm going to go C minus for the average. That's where we were at. We'll find out today if the Packers decide to add to their roster. Trade deadline today. Otherwise, they don't. This is who they're rolling with outside of maybe some free agents and practice squad additions and such. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he's with the Steelers. Steelers officially signing him to the practice squad. You know, one name out there that a veteran, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be added to a practice squad at some point, is going to be Asante Samuel. I don't know if it'll be the Packers. I feel like he's probably going to join some team. That neck injury, though, that I know he's cleared and such, but some teams, they may just completely take him off the board, take him off as a potential signee. Maybe Green Bay is one of those. But we're a few hours away from the deadline. We'll see if the Packers are able to make a move before then. I'm still a little skeptical. I'm still a little skeptical. But maybe we're wrong. And if we are, we'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll hit it up tomorrow. Analyze it. I got to know, though, too, just put this in the back of your mind for tomorrow. Would you be super down, super disappointed if they didn't make a move? Or would you be okay? Because there's been other years where we have been so down, so upset that they didn't make a move. And maybe more of them were during like the Ted Thompson era and such. But I think from a lot of you, too, just judging by some of the messages that we received, you're like, they already made their move with Micah. You know, they traded 2 first-round picks. They're probably going to want to try to hold on to as many picks as possible. If there's any move today, I don't think Green Bay would trade a second or day 2 pick. They would not trade a second rounder or a third rounder. I would struggle to see that, considering they don't have first-round picks for the next 2 years. But maybe there's a conditional pick, day 3, late day 3 pick, 6th, 7th round, where they can get something in return. We'll find out, right? And we'll definitely be hitting it up tomorrow. Packers will be back on the practice field tomorrow. I'm really curious to see if Matthew Golden is going to be able to practice tomorrow. Otherwise, if he's going to miss some time, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about wide receiver depth, especially if Dontavian Wicks is still banged up. Jane Reed is still out. Bo Melton might have to go back to the offensive side for crying out loud. Although Nate Hobbs is going to be missing, so he literally might have to play a game where he's playing both sides, and then he's also on special teams too. So help us, Bo Melton. You're our only hope at this point. Oh, I hope we don't get to that point. That might be a good odds maker. Could we see him in a game where he plays all 3 sides? Wait, did he already? I don't know if he did already. I know he got a little bit on the offense for this last game, but I don't think he was on defense. So special teams, yes. Thanks for hanging out this morning. Have a good, awesome rest of your day. Same place, same time tomorrow morning as we make the turn halfway through the work week, 6 a.m. We'll see you then.